Hello, everybody, and good afternoon from sunny London. It's a great day outside. We're going to have a very busy afternoon. I'm just going to give you my opening remark is just to say hi to everybody. Many people are in the room and many more are joining online. We're going to have this workshop today, Beyond Leveraging, which is one of those instances where academia meets policymaking. It is an academic workshop, first and foremost, but we try to tell our academic colleagues that we really want to distill the policy implications of what we do. I mean, do we have any bearing on real cases or not? And in particular, we are, as you will see, we are kind of struggling. We're struggling when it comes to this big digital platform. We're struggling to articulate theories of harm. We are struggling to understand how to help the enforcers with evidence that they need in the cases. And so it's also a way of brainstorming and to see whether research can actually be useful in finite time to help the policymakers. I want to thank CEPR for allowing us to organize this. I am Tommaso Valletti, and I'm the director of the RPN on competition policy of CEPR. And I organized this jointly. Actually, was mostly organized by Cristina Caffarra. I also want to thank Andrea Galeotti and the London Business School for providing us the facilities to meet in person for those which are here in London here and now. Having said that, I'll moderate the next panel, but first I will pass the floor to Cristina to say a few words.
Thank you, Tommaso. I just swished in straight from the airport where I was coming in from watching the Google versus USA trial, which was a fascinating event. But of course, what's happening here today is almost as important. As Tommaso says, the purpose of this particular RPN, the Research Policy Network, is really not to just be solely an academic seminar, although the members tend to be academics and economists, but really it is to facilitate the policy discussion. And one of the policy issues that has come very much to the fore in the last few months, but it has been bubbling up for much longer than that, is this idea that we are seeing mergers happening out there in which we don't have the usual type of structures, horizontal overlap, vertical integration, but there are acquisitions by digital platforms in the main of assets which are adjacent, perhaps, but not directly overlapping or vertical in position. And the question that, I'm sure Mike and Hans will elaborate on is really how do we fashion the concern in those situations? We, as antitrust economists, have done a lot of work, agencies and the outside advisors, to develop stories, narrative models in these kind of traditional settings. But then we are now looking at something which is a little different. We are looking at something that doesn't create an immediate vertical relationship or what we say, an overlap. And then the question is, you have this constellation of assets which a big digital giant effectively controls. And through a merger, you're dropping in that constellation a new asset, the target. How do you articulate a concern in this situation? Is it leveraging? The reason we call it beyond leveraging is because we have theories galore of leveraging in IO. We can talk about time bundling, various mechanisms, but this is something that doesn't always present in that way. So I also want to conclude these preliminary remarks thanking Andrea Galeotti and Edith Mateliot, who have been partners in crime, because it has occurred to us that when we're talking about these kind of issues, perhaps it's time to broaden out from traditional IO and really start a conversation, a discussion, an integration with other ways of looking at things. So both Andrea and Matt have been thinking about it with me, wrote a paper, but there are others in the space of network economics who are doing super work, like Bruno. We're very happy to have him here today. So I'll leave the floor to Mike and Hans, but the reason your your contribution is essential here, and we really want you to set the tone, is precisely because you are in the midst, in the thick of these cases. Without revealing anything confidential, it would be great if you could describe and articulate to the audience what kind of questions, what kind of type of mergers are we talking about here? What real world scenarios, and how are we thinking about it in the agency? And finally, how could economics really move forward and help you articulate those theories in ways that you can't do right now? Hands over to you.
Many thanks, Christina, everybody else, Tommaso, for organizing this and for the invitation. I should start with the usual disclaimer. I speak for myself, not for the European Commission. And obviously, I cannot comment on ongoing cases. We have lots of ongoing cases, also conglomerate cases in tech. But what I'll talk about is sort of more generally the type of picture that we're seeing in these markets, and the type of questions that we are concerned with. I mean, this interest in ecosystems theories of harm is relatively new, and I suppose it's driven by two factors mainly. First of all, is simply the realization that we have had this dramatic increase in structural market power as measured by profit margins over the last 40 years. You all know the papers by DeLucker and Eckhout and so forth. Obviously, there's lots of ifs and buts, but beyond those ifs and buts, I think it's hard to deny that market power has increased. And second of all, the increased importance of tech and dynamic competition in tech. So I guess what we're seeing with the big tech companies is that they, control ever-expanding ecosystems of different products, often complementary, sometimes differentiated, and sometimes a wild mix of complement substitutes and anything in between. Now, I think this has brought us to the realization, I think, over the years that if you look in the traditional way, at tech mergers, which is sort of to make a point estimate of the current situation in one particularly defined market, you may miss a lot of things. And in particular, you may miss two things. The first thing is that you do not take into account the business models, basically the strategic implications that this merger may have going forward. So to take a more dynamic view. And second of all, if you too isolated look at very specific narrow product markets, you essentially miss the network connections in these ecosystems of markets and the externalities and interrelations of these products. And now, taking those two aspects into account can, on the one hand, create benefits of a merger, efficiencies, dynamic efficiencies in terms of better investment, whatever, scaling up, or better integration of products. But of course, it can also create, more harm. And in particular, I think what we're talking about here is the entrenchment of a dominant position through players that already control a dominant part of an ecosystem, and that through a kind of complementary acquisition manage to extend the moat they have in order to make the fortress that they're holding ever more impermeable. And I think that is sort of the concern in one way or other, and then there are many ways, and we're going to talk about today the many various ways in which this can play out. But it's not surprising, I would say, given the economic developments that we've seen in the markets, that both in the US and in the EU and in the UK, basically this is coming up. I mean, you've seen it; it's in the new US guidelines, for instance. How does this relate to traditional theories of harm? I mean, of course, sort of in the sort of prehistoric world of sort of pre-2004, before the EU merger guidelines from our EU perspective, essentially you had these portfolio theories which were largely centered around, big is getting bigger, and that's a bad thing. Now, these were cases mostly in non-dynamic markets, and so much of it were efficiency offenses. So then there was the reform in order to say, look, we have to look more at competition and on the impact of such mergers on consumers. And that's when basically this foreclosure doctrine was established. And if you look at our guidelines, it's in non-horizontal mergers, it's all about foreclosure. And that was good in the sense that it, really focused on problems that, create competition problems rather than just saying that big is automatically bad. But at the same time, given the development that I've described just now, essentially that there are limitations to that framework in the sense, that they usually take as given this dichotomy between substitutes and complements. Yeah, I mean, so the traditional way is to say, well, if you have substitutes, then you look at the overlap. That's a horizontal concern. So then we put it in that box. Or you have complements. Then we worry about foreclosure and leverage from one market into the other, and then we put it in that box. But that's not how these markets that I've been describing work in reality. I mean, I think if you look at digital ecosystems, you have a wild mix of things that are complements for some, substitutes for others, and so forth. And in particular, also you have a changing dynamic. What is a complement today may very well be a substitute tomorrow. And then if you look at it through the lens of foreclosure, you're missing the fact that there is actually some future competition going on here between those ecosystems that is not visible when you look just in the rear view. So these static approaches, I think, for assessing mergers of big conglomerates with additional complementary products are not necessarily always able to unearth the dominance entrenchment problems that we may be facing. And so we need a more dynamic perspective, first of all. And second of all, I think we also need to avoid, I think that the legal approach is always to zoom in on particular markets and contexts. Say, okay, we slice all this competitive interaction between two firms into sort of 20 little things, where we look at these isolated markets with, some very specific conduct, and then the competition authority has the burden of proof for this one little thing, whether it's more likely or not to harm competition. And I think the zooming in often lets us miss the bigger picture. So I think in these types of mergers, in many ways we should rather zoom out in order to not lose the forest for the trees. It's the same thing if you say that somebody's treating you badly and then somebody says, give me an example. Well, if you give one example, then you can always argue. You can always say like, well, maybe it wasn't meant that way, maybe you misunderstood it and so forth. But if you have a series of different things, well, I think then you get the point. Now, where can economic theory help? And I think, where are the things where we as enforcers, can benefit from research. I mean, on the one hand, there are these old sort of static portfolio theory cases, and I still want to mention them because, I mean, they're discredited in many ways, but I think not every one of those cases was necessarily always bad, even though it's static and probably not mostly the stuff that we are going to talk about today. But if you think of things like, bargaining theory, I mean, there were some cases where it was said, well, if you have some dominant guy and then buy some other dominant product, which is a complement or an independent product, then they have more bargaining power towards the purchasers. Now that's hardly a crazy idea, right? I mean, I think if you tell it to people here from the business world, many of them would say, well, that doesn't sound completely mad. Now, it's true that it's not always a problem and not automatically. And I think the problem of those cases at the time was that they simply presumed by saying like, well, the seller can impose more damage on the buyer by withholding everything. So the outside option of the buyer is worse. That kind of abstracted from the fact that actually for the seller it's the same problem. So you have to show more. So I think on these sort of theories, they're not necessarily bad, but they need a stronger foundation for us to be able to bring something like that. We cannot simply presume it. Same with two-sided market things. Yeah, I mean, maybe a conglomerate merger brings some efficiencies for some guys, but it's two-sided market and locks in people on the other side more heavily. And we know that on balance, this isn't necessarily good. On stuff like credit cards and so forth, we have a broad literature, so that's true for mergers as well. But I think the more interesting part is ultimately the sort of dynamic ecosystem theories, and that's really about entry against a dominant ecosystem, where I think what we're seeing a lot is that direct entry against the main dominant product in that ecosystem is not possible. There is a kind of kill zone. Nobody would finance somebody who says like, I'll do exactly the same thing as Google in exactly the same way. Please give me money to try and do that, and then we'll have patron competition. That's obviously not how it works. I mean, how it works is that precisely because people cannot enter in direct competition with tech giants with huge network effects and scale economies, they enter with a complement or a differentiated product, which is value added at the boundaries of the ecosystem, and then they scale up as a complement. Once they've scaled up as a complement, that gives them the power to step by step start invading the fortress potentially and going down the value chain. So this is this thing of saying, like, you know, you enter as a complement, but then you turn into a substitute once you get larger. And the incentive, I should say, I mean, or, you know, just as an example, maybe, you know, I think, you know, Google is not really concerned about Bing as it is. Google is concerned about ChatGPT, which is not sort of a direct competitor, but sort of a complement or differentiated product. And it's concerned about what that might do in the future in competition with Google or in connection with Bing. So I think this is the sort of type of entry that we are, you know, that we're concerned about when looking at complement mergers. And you know, one important point there to see is, like, if you have two monopolies or two firms with market power, you know, you have one sort of dominant incumbent and then somebody who enters with scarce capabilities at the boundaries of that mode, they both have a real good incentive to enter into each other's market. Because if you have two complements with market power, if you have A and B with market power, nobody's as interested in competition for B as A, and nobody's as interested in competition A as B. So there's an overall pie if you have complements. So you want the other guy to face a lot of competition, either from somebody else or, if need be, from yourself. So what you want to do is you want to protect your own moat, while at the same time attack and commoditize what the other guy does well. And this gives the incentive, because then you can grab more of the overall pie. So there is potentially a sort of competition between complements, if you will, and if you look at it in a dynamic sense. And I think that's very interesting, and that can lead to all sorts of particular mechanisms, you know, potential competition, dynamic competition, leverage, whatever it may be. And I think we as authorities, I think we see the overall concept of seeing, like, oh, you know, buying somebody with scarce capabilities at the outside of the mode is potentially very dangerous. But we do not have many sort of very precise mechanisms, except for sort of looking separately, slice by slice, at potential competition, at dynamic competition, and so forth. So I'm really, really looking forward, you know, to what we're going to learn about these types of markets today, because I think there's lots of white spots on the canvas, both on the legal side and on the economic side, and I'm sure for Mike, it's a similar thing.
So just before you jump in, I wanted to just put the accent on a couple of things that Hans said, because I think they're important for the audience to just take away. What Hans is really describing is a situation in which you have an acquisition of something, you know, at the margin or on the outside of the main market, and really, you know, to put let's kind of put the devil's advocate position. There's lawyers in the audience, there's lawyers listening, and what you hear most frequently is, but there can be benefits, right? There can be benefits because the ecosystem, I'm playing devil's advocate. The ecosystem, the company is acquiring a capability, and you can power it up, you can do various things. And then the question you'll get from the advocates, from the lawyers, from the defense bar is, and you know it very well why is this bad? Show me it's bad. And then you, as the agency, have the burden of proof for showing it's bad. And how do you show it's bad? And then again, the defense bar says, well, you're talking to me about network effects. You're talking to me about barriers to entry. But where's the threshold? There's network effects always in these markets. There's barriers to entry. At what point does it become bad? And this is the discussion we're having here today. Because what we need is some way of articulating how it gets bad and when does it get bad, as opposed to, well, it's a new product, sometimes it can be good. Okay. Sorry, Mike.
Okay. So obviously standard caveat, you know, I speak on my own behalf of the CMA, and obviously, given that, I mean, Hans, I think, just described pre-2004 as prehistoric, so I'm obviously speaking like Christina as a dinosaur. No, I'm speaking for you. Look, I mean, I agree with, just take it as read, I agree with what Hans has said, and I will try not to have too much repetition. Look, I mean, I think the starting point for the agencies must be, I think it's what Christina started, is because ecosystems are often great for consumers. You know, products work together, it's seamless within a walled garden often. I think you can certainly imagine that competition between ecosystems might actually be very strong in the same way it's very intuitive, so theorists may blow me up here. In the same way that we think of competition between bundles as being potentially very strong. So look, certainly not all ecosystem mergers are bad. So the issue is to find, what allows us to delineate the good from the bad, because most of them probably fine, but there are some bad ones. Definitely some bad ones. My view here is that I naturally find it quite difficult to be relaxed about mergers that seem to entrench positions of firms are already very strong. So I think, and at this point the Hans made, I think most of the concerns here are around entrenchment, and the creating moats or kill zones or whatever. You can certainly, construct examples where actually the concern is about a firm just moving into another market and just generating market power within that market. Absolutely. But I don't think those are really the main ecosystem concerns we have. I think it's mainly around entrenchment. And a lot of it, it's a bit more about it. In the moment, a lot of it does come down to trying to understand at what point we think entrenchment is a problem. Because, one thing I think we do know is that if you allow too much entrenchment, if you allow these positions of market power to be created, it's very hard to remedy them ex post. That's why we've ended up with the DMA. It's why in the UK we're going to get the digital markets unit. So, query whether actually, Christina's talked about burden of proof being on the agencies. I don't really understand what that means in a 50-50 world, but the lawyers always talk about it's 50-50, but the burden of proof is on you. Okay. But actually, whether consumer welfare would be better served by having a burden which is not even 50% on the agencies. That was something certainly CMA floated, but didn't get into the legislation. Okay, so look, the economic theory in this area is clearly not settled. We have a very heterogeneous bunch of theories of harm. At this point, it is very much, I think, within the CMA, you start off by sort of telling a story as to how there might be a problem, and then you need to put some precision on that. Because telling a story is an absolutely great way to start, but it does run the risk of not being very rigorous. And one of the dangers I see about the concerns around ecosystem mergers isn't just ecosystem mergers themselves, but the gap that there currently is in the economic literature, allowing non-economists to fill that. And I think that is a concern because we might get bad guidelines, we might get bad cases. So look, it's really clear that we have very clear theories of harm. They obviously have to be based on really proper understanding of the market in question, proper understanding of the capabilities, as Hans has already talked about. I actually think a lot of the sort of ecosystem mergers people talk about, that the theories of harm aren't really particularly novel. That they are, they're just variations on a theme. And Hans has already talked about this concern about, complements becoming substitutes. Well, hang about, that's not a merger, but Netscape, Microsoft Netscape, 1990s, that was all about Microsoft being concerned that Netscape, although it's a complement in browser at the time, would become a middleware substitute for the Windows operating system. So this is not a new theory of harm, but it's not a theory of harm that we articulate well, and we have really good tools as to how to articulate them. I'm running out of time, so I'll try and be speed up here. Efficiency offences. Again, and Hans again talked a little bit about that. I think we have to accept that we are sometimes, maybe often, when we talk about theories of harm and ecosystem mergers, talking about efficiency offences. I go back to my starting point. Consumers like ecosystems; they can be fantastic for them. They're really easy to use. But if what comes along with them is longer-term reduction in competition that harms longer-term innovation incentives, and I think that's what we should really care about, then we're in a world of efficiency offences. That is really difficult for an agency. How do we evidence that? How do we try to articulate that in a way that is going to get through the court-based system? So here, in the UK, maybe not such an issue because of the nature of the CAT, it's judicial review for mergers. In the US, where Christina's just come from, I suspect that's a complete nightmare. But we really need to have the US be able to do this stuff well as just the UK or the EU. Okay, so we're going to be dealing with efficiency offences. I think that's concerned. If you look at the recent US draft guidelines, they explicitly talk about a concern around depriving rivals of scale. It seems to me to be effectively an efficiency offence. How are we going to evidence that? Is there anything else I should? Oh yes, one other thing I should say, and then I will be quiet. Any theories of harm that we're going to come up with is that have to be implementable in the time that we have available. Merger control happens in a relatively short period of time, and it happens with a very distinct, this is a set of facts you have at the moment, but it's forward-looking, it's very dynamic. So any theories of harm that we're actually going to use have to be implementable within that sort of timescale. So we have to know what it is we can look at now in a short time that's going to give us a good handle on what it is we're concerned about in the future. I think that's very difficult, but really important. And just as a conference a bit ago, where Fred Jenny was talking about an article, I can't remember what the article, which article it was, talking about an article which had talked about the capabilities approach, and it was apparently having a go at some decision the EU had made and had looked at the capabilities, and it listed 26 core capabilities of the firms, that the EU should have looked at. So thinking, hang about. You just don't have time to get to that level of understanding in a merger case. So our theories of harm must be implementable. Okay, so at 5:10, Hans and I are going to be back up here to talk about, what we have learned today for policy. Obviously, the incentives are a bit long here because, the more we learn, the longer we're going to keep you here talk about it. But I think I speak on behalf of Hans as well. We're really looking forward to this session. We really hope that at 5:10 we have a lot to say, because this is a very, very important issue for agencies around the world.
That's great. And to conclude, I want to again emphasize for the rest of the discussion that we're going to hand people mercilessly to the point of implementing it. Because theory is important, and we'll hear about theory. But the reason that enforcers are faced with armies of people like me saying, no, you haven't quite proven that, have you? And where's your precise theory? Have you not shown? So this kind of constituency needs to just, I'm leaving that, but needs to help that. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Do you have it? Shall we collect?
Yeah, we collect the next panel. And
no. Do we want to have a few questions for Hans and Mike?
Yeah, if there are any questions, I'm sorry. If there are does anybody who has comments or questions for now? We have.
So I have a.
Mike.
Right. So
very good.
I have a question or more something to think about. So I hear Hans, I hear Mike, and there is a sort of tension there. I do see a tension. Maybe a question for no, there is, because you're much more accommodating to the status quo, Hans, and Mike is less. I mean, that's my way of assessing, of reading in between the lines. A question more for Hans, but also for us academics. So we have employed in recent years. So first we have to face with the number of cases we have run, which are minuscule. Very, very few cases we have done. Conglomerate theories of harm almost never on a standalone basis. They may be an add-on, etc. So we haven't done much about it. But Hans, in a sense, you're saying we have better models after post-2004 because we can articulate, but how did those models perform? So, because we have employed those models in order to allow everything to happen, in order to a few times impose remedies that didn't work out. So those shall we continue to use those models and make them a bit more complicated, or is it this is a failure of those models? So I think it's an important question whether this is something that I don't see a lot of soul searching, especially in the IO crowd, and it would be good. And you don't have to answer now, but at some stage you also have to say, so those models can be rescued, or shall we simply acknowledge we tried and we didn't get anywhere? So we need different approaches if we want to get somewhere. So you don't need to answer now unless you want. Yeah, of course.
I can make it very quick. I mean, I think, first of all, I think you may have slightly misunderstood what I said, because I did not try to say that everything should stay as it is. On the contrary, I was trying to explain that we should move beyond foreclosure precisely in order to be able to capture these types of more complex situations. And and that's where models will help. But as Mike said, a lot of this is not exactly completely new, but it has to be put together in the right way in order to be practical for us to run these cases. Then the second question is the question of that you raised, did we sort of grossly under enforce and this and there? When I look back, if I look back at the cases of the last 20 years and and I look at sort of the conglomerate mergers that happened and where I would think, where are the ones where we have a problem? I think first of all, the Commission has been consistently enforcing, more than many agencies in the world. First of all, second of all, I think, there are a few things that, looking back privately, I would think should have been done differently. Probably, I mean, one could be things like, Google DoubleClick, where in the wake of the ad tech investigations, now you have a different perspective on these cases. But at the same time, also, I don't think, we have any serious evidence that there's like 20 great mergers that have, that have ruined markets, where a different decision should have been taken. I'd be interested to hear from you on the other end, which sort of things should be there. As I said, I think we need to have an opening for certain things, and that is in order to address cases like Google DoubleClick in a sort of less narrow way than was possible 20 years ago. But I personally do not think that there is a huge list of misses out there.
But Hans, don't you think, I mean, and this isn't turning into, I don't intend to turn this into debate, but I mean, for the broader, so there isn't perhaps a great list of things we miss, but I think there's a broad agreement that markets are concentrated in ways that at this point we regard as excessive and doesn't really deliver the outcomes we want. So somewhere we missed a turn, right? And the question that's now before us, and the whole purpose for this is to say, where we possibly also missed a turn, and we definitely possibly have, is we are not just concerned about, the past was like, what is your exact leveraging mechanism from here to here? What we are now looking at is a situation in which these firms have assets. They have them in disparate places. And the question is, how does the combination of those assets matter when you guys need to go and decide this particular acquisition really makes a difference and creates a problem? So that's a new, I think, problem, because so far, and to Tomas's point, we have models that look at mechanisms, and what I know you hear all the time from the consultancies, what's your precise mechanism? There's a precise mechanism here that allows you to leverage, but I think we're looking at something which is potentially seriously broader.
I mean, this is a bit what I tried to say when I said zooming in onto 20 different separate mechanisms is probably going to miss the bigger picture. So with this, I very much agree. But I do not think that taking this broader perspective will result in a huge increase in additional prohibited mergers. I don't think that is the case. And I think one of the reasons also is, we do have a law and we do have legal limitations and we do have a burden of proof, which is quite tough. And I think for the past 20 years, the Commission has consistently, been more aggressive than many other agencies and been fighting these fights, to the degree it was legally possible. And I think, as I said, there is a big, general interest in moving beyond foreclosure. And, I cannot talk about current cases. I will not talk about current cases. But I think it would be wrong to say that the Commission is not sufficiently, focused on this space. I think the opposite is happening.
We're not saying that. There is, is the hand still up?
Yes.
There is somebody online who'd like to ask a quick question. I think we should.
Great.
It's Natalie McNellis from MLEX. Yeah. So Natalie, hi, you jump in.
Hi, so I know, thank you. First of all, this is great. This conversation is wonderful. I know, Hans, that you cannot talk about current cases. So I will turn to Mike because their case is done. It's the booking.com case. I was wondering if this theory, this ecosystem theory, was at all at issue for you. Was it considered when you were making your decision in that case? Thank you.
So Booking.com, yes, that's a case where we've ended up in different places in the commission because, shock horror, we have different facts in the different member states, and it's something that, say, people raise, when there's difference of opinion between, or difference in judgment on a merger between the UK and the rest of Europe, they say, oh no, you're disagreeing on the same set of facts. No, we're not. We're disagreeing on a different set of facts. In the same way that pre-Brexit, the Commission would do an investigation and might find we've got a problem in Germany, France, and Spain. There's no problem in Italy, Hungary, and the UK. Now we're in that sort of a similar world. It just means that actually the UK bit of it is done by a different authority. So in that case, of course, you think about whether there's ecosystem concerns on the facts in the UK market. We didn't think that there were. The EU faces a different set of facts and a different set of consumers.
And last, Greg, you want to say something? You have your hand up, Greg Crawford.
Yeah, so I really enjoyed the opening remarks by both of you. Thank you. And Hans, especially you emphasized the importance of dynamics, yeah? And I agree. But of course, the evidence of competitive effects are going to depend about the evolution of markets over time, yeah? And so my question to you, and especially in light of the papers that we're going to hear about in the rest of the afternoon, is what evidence would be most helpful to you at the agencies, and Mike, for you as well, feel free, when arguing about these kind of future developments, right? I see that it seems to me the burden becomes higher, and so any guidance on what kind of evidence that might come from the academics that would be particularly helpful would be insightful.
Right. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. The burden becomes a lot tougher for us, as we know from the dynamic competition cases. We had some wins there in court, and we have some cases many cases which we brought that many other agencies didn't bring. The problem there is always that the courts like particularly internal documents that fit a narrative. So I think there needs to be a good incentive story in a way, and that's hard. You cannot do guppies with dynamic competition in quite the same simple way. You can tell the basic story also there, but there's a whole lot of other complicated effects that swirl around left, right, and center. And I think what's important for us is to have such an incentive story, but that's sort of focused on the core of the effect without all the stuff swirling around, whether there's pass-through here and this side effect there, but sort of the core of the effect that can then be linked back to internal business documents. So we can say, well, there is a basic fundamental economic effect that leads to less dynamic competition in this type of merger. And here are some internal documents that that match with this narrative.
Can I just add one thing to that? Incentives are evidence, and we need to be clear about that. If we understand the incentives of the firm, that is evidence. And then, as Hans says, if they're all borne out by the internal documents, fantastic.
Excellent. Okay, so we'll leave the stage now, and Lee and the rest of the next panel should join.
Very good. So we start with the next panel. And next panel is really trying to understand what the most progressive IO economies are doing these days. And we've got Louise and Igor here in person, and Patrick, Regina, and Reinhold, which are online. I will ask Patrick to start. He's one of the founding, he's the most progressive of the old generation of IO economists you can think about. With all respect, Patrick, you're a legend. So tell us about your approach to leveraging.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Before I start, let me discuss. For once, I have something to disclose. I was involved in a couple of mergers that are relevant for this discussion. I was involved in GE Honeywell merger. I was working for Honeywell in that one. And more recently, I've been involved in the Booking Italy merger. I will not comment on that one because it's still ongoing. It's a pleasure as well as an honor to be part of this workshop dedicated to the role of ecosystems, digital mergers. Special thanks to Tommaso for reminding everyone of my age. I will start by briefly re-emphasizing the Hans and Mike already went down this path, but I would like to re-emphasize the need to move from markets to ecosystem, and then I will focus more specifically on conglomerate mergers. The first message that I would like to convey is indeed that merger control and more generally antitrust enforcement needs to move away from the notion of relevant markets. I should probably say needs to do so even more than before. Indeed, we must recognize that often, particularly so in the digital era, the customers do not choose between suppliers of a given product. Instead, they choose between platforms, each offering a broad range of goods or services. So we need to step back and move from competition in markets to competition among platforms or ecosystems, as they are often referred to. In practice, not only are customers interested in a variety of goods and services, but they also value procuring multiple products from the same supplier. So purchasing decisions are then driven by the supplier's assortments rather than by the position of the suppliers in a particular market. These purchasing decisions are also driven by purchasing patterns, such as the value of one-stop shop versus multi-stop shopping, or single versus multi-homing. This, in turn, tends to blur the picture between complements and substitutes. In a soon-to-be posted paper by my colleagues Alex de Cornière, Renato Gomez, and Bruno Julien, they show that the same products can be substituted when bought separately and complements when bought together. So already, Hans already mentioned that some products may be complements for some, substitute for others, complements today, substitutes later. But even at the same time, depending on whether they are bought, depending on the purchasing patterns of the customers, the same products can be complements or substitutes. Now, this not only emphasizes the role of ecosystem, but it also questions the relevance of the notion of relevant markets, given that whether the two products are complements or substitutes is becoming less clear. Now, the issue is not exactly new, and we have a share of responsibility for the current state of affairs. I remember Tommaso a few years ago already lamenting for the fact that the empirical IO literature tends to focus on specific products such as ready-to-eat cereals, mineral water, or yogurt. And yet, consumers do not necessarily choose their favorite supermarket by focusing on yogurts. A few years ago, Thomassen, Smith, Saylor, and Schiraldi had a very nice paper in the AER on UK supermarkets. And this paper, they don't focus on a particular product, but they cover instead the main product categories. And they, moreover, account for the fact that different consumers might have different shopping patterns, in the sense that some may want to buy everything in one Saturday afternoon trip. Others may be more willing to mix and match and visit different stores to get their favorite cheese here and their favorite wine there. One of the main findings of that research is that the key driver of competition is precisely the competition for the one-stop shoppers. So that is for those consumers that want to buy everything from the same store. So it is really of first order importance to take into consideration the entire range of products rather than focusing on a single product category. Recognizing the role of customers' purchasing patterns is also important to understand the business practice and their impact on competition in society. For example, in a couple of papers with Zijun Chen, we find that the heterogeneity in purchasing patterns generates complementarities both within and across firms, which in turn leads to drastically different messages compared to those with classic market-by-market analysis. For instance, in the first paper, it was in the AER in 2012, we show that recognizing this can provide a rationale for loss-leading practices, even in the absence of any behavioral of information patterns, information problem. And in a more recent paper in the RAM 2019, where we show that it can generate cross-utilization. the idea is that and we show that it also generates various types of complementarities. So as in the related paper by Mark Armstrong and John Vickers in the Review of Clinical Studies 2010, we highlight two forms of complementarities that arise from accounting for purchasing patterns. So consider, to give you the gist of the intuition, consider two firms competing in two markets, A and B, one firm being better in A, the other one being better in the other market. Consumers have independent demands for A and B, but they benefit to some varying degree from one-stop shopping. So some consumers benefit a lot and they tend to buy everything from the same store, from the same firm. Others are more prone to mix and matching. Consistent with the empirical finding of Thomasson and his co-authors, we find that competition for one-stop shoppers is really the driver that drives the total prices of the baskets. But in addition, when a firm reduces the price of one of its products, then it's more likely to win the competition for these one-stop shoppers, and therefore in which case it can sell them the other product as well. So in other words, and this is well recognized, one-stop shop benefits create complementarities within the firm. What is less recognized is that reducing the price of one strong product, the strong product of one firm, can induce some consumers to switch from one-stop shopping to multi-stop, to mix and matching, in which case it boosts the demand for the strong product of the other firm. So in other words, the heterogeneity of shopping patterns can also generate complementarities across firms as well as across markets. Accounting for the fact that consumers are looking for ranges of products and services, and in addition are more or less prone to one-stop shopping or mix and matching, therefore already generates all sorts of complementarities. And in addition, in contrast to the case of supermarkets, when you look at digital ecosystems, in addition to this, you often find various forms of competition between a multitude of industry players, which creates many additional sources of complementarities as well as substitution. So all this to say that we really need to move away from markets, and we need to move from markets to ecosystem, both in academic and enforcement spheres. Now, I would like now to turn more specifically to the implications for the control of conglomerate mergers. In the recent past, most of the theories of harm have relied on foreclosure. The concern is that one of the merging parties control an essential component and will, one way or another, deny access to this component to rival suppliers of complementary components. Interestingly, however, if you go back in a previous history, you'll see that competition agencies had tried in the past to rely on a different approach based on so-called portfolio effects, which may be viewed as an early version of an ecosystem theory of harm. In a sense, the concern there was that the merger could create a stronger competitor that would reduce prices, raise output, or increase quality, and ultimately would drive every rival out of the market. These issues arose, for instance, in the context of the merger between General Electric and Honeywell, where rivals articulated a scenario where post-merger, GE and Honeywell would marginalize them. The idea was that the merger would enable the merging parties to eliminate double marginalization and price more aggressively. For instance, GE would cut the price of its engines so as to boost the demand for aircraft and generate in this way additional sales for Honeywell avionics. All the more so in case of bundling, because in that case, the reduction in the price of the engine is conditional on buying the avionics from Honeywell rather than from its rival. The problem with this theory of harm is that consumers actually benefit from tougher competition, at least in the short term. So to complete the story, one would have to make predictions about the implications of this more intense competition in the short term for the long-run dynamics. And this is an issue that has already been mentioned by Hans, Mike, Greg's query, and so on. So and we know that this, unfortunately, this relationship between competition and innovation or investment is a complex one. In addition, by the way, if you start contemplating blocking a merger because it intensifies competition, then someone may be tempted to argue that a horizontal merger that reduces competition in short term is actually good because it will boost entry and investment in the long term. So this is really a tricky issue. Another problem with this theory of harm is that we have actually some conflicting evidence. So there was a merger between a concurrent merger between AT&T and DirecTV. So it's a merger between a provider of telecom and broadband internet services on the one hand, and pay TV on the other hand. So according to the theory, you would expect to see more aggressive prices and so on. What happened in fact is that after the merger, the AT&T rose the prices of its bundles. So this suggests that there may be something missing in this story. In addition, this story ignores the role of one-stop shop benefits and purchasing patterns. This is what prompted Zijun and I to apply our previous framework to study the impact on complementary measures. Specifically, we consider a setting with two markets, A and B, in which a number of standalone firms are initially competing against each other. And we assume that there are independent demands. You could apply it as well to the case of complements. It does not matter for the story. And then we studied the impact of the merger between two standalone firms, one from each market, so that it creates a conglomerate that can offer both goods and enable customers to benefit from consumption synergies or one-stop shop benefits. What we find is that as long as there remains strong competition among standalone firms in both markets, then the merger creates a win-win situation in the sense that customers who do not really enjoy consumption synergies, they can still mix and match as before and benefit from the competition as before among the standalone offerings. And by revealed preferences, those customers who favor the consumption synergies and go for the package offered by the conglomerate, then by revealed preference they must be better off because they could still choose go for mix and match as before. By contrast, when there is when competition among standalone firms is initially weak, then the merger creates a portfolio differentiation effect, which actually softens competition between the conglomerate on the one hand and the standalone firms on the other hand. Specifically, the conglomerate then tends to focus on those consumers who benefit substantially from consumption synergy, and as a result, it jacks up the prices of standalone offerings so as to avoid cannibalization of its bundled offer. This in turn confers additional market power to the remaining standalone firms who can then increase their own prices. As a result, consumers who want to mix and match are now harmed, and those who benefit from substantial synergies, they gain less or may even be harmed. So the lesson here is pay attention to the state of competition among the standalone offerings. So here, let me say that we have here a novel theory of harm. It's not based on foreclosure. It generates a completely different prediction from the usual portfolio effect theory, which through bundling you have your marginal rivals by pricing more aggressively. Here it's not at all the case. You actually you have this portfolio differentiation effect that leads to soften competition and to consumer harm. That's one aspect. The other aspect is that one key element for this theorem is precisely the fact that we account for purchasing patterns, for the fact that some consumers may be more prone to buy everything from the same customers because they do enjoy the benefits of one-stop shopping or the consumption synergy. So we accounting for purchasing patterns and for the fact that consumers, at least some consumers, are interested in a range of products and services and may be interested in buying all those from the same supplier is really an important an important aspect for the for the development of new theories of harm. So I think there is, given the title of the workshop, beyond foreclosure, new theory of harm, indeed we can develop the new theory of harm that should take into account some of the specific features of ecosystems, and particularly in the digital area.
Patrick, thank you very much. I will now pass the floor on to Louise. Louise is here in person. Louise has a few slides to present. Is there a mouse? What is the mouse? Good question. Oh, yes.
That's the power.
Just for you. Okay.
Thank you. So yeah, thanks a lot. It's an honor to be on this panel today. So I'm someone who has looked a lot into the empirics of startup acquisitions, in particular on software markets. So I'm going to focus on some findings, some of my findings, and I think they might not be immediately related to ecosystems, but I think they still line out what has been done, and it maybe helps structure our thinking towards the end of today. So the context of my empirical results is enterprise software. I define it quite broadly. So I have both presentation software, file sharing software, and accounting software. All of this is inside this industry. And I look at the period of 2012 to 2020. And I observe over 25,000 products and over 20,000 companies in the data set that I assembled, and roughly 3,000 acquisitions of venture capital funded startups. So those firms that are very young, that are VC funded and have the potential to grow very large and to grow into serious competitors, possibly. And my first finding might not surprise some of you. So acquisitions of VC-funded startups are not limited to big tech. Just to give you a brief idea, so out of all the acquisitions that I see, roughly a third are done by financial acquirers, so private equity or other industry acquirers. So that's very sporadically acquire these startups, and roughly 2/3 are done by companies that are actually themselves active in enterprise software. And 5% are roughly done by the so-called GAFAM. However, there are other big acquirers. So there's IBM, Cisco, Oracle, Salesforce, Dropbox. All of these are very active in this space. The second finding, next I look at the patterns of the acquired targets. So I ask for each of these acquirer types, what do the startups that they acquire look like? And I find that the acquisition pattern of the GAFAM actually is roughly similar to the acquisition pattern of what I call new tech firms. So those are companies that were founded after 1995 that started off as VC-funded firms, but by now are public companies. So there's Salesforce, Workday, Dropbox, Proofpoint, Palo Alto Networks. So those are the companies that I have in that subsample. And so for both of them, the bulk of the targets that they acquire concerns quite young startups. So they are 3 to 4 years old. They are bought at low valuations and low prices. So I'm looking at like 100 to 200 million US dollars. Typically, they are not active in the same category or market niche as the acquirer. An important caveat is that I construct these market categories using the old approach that does not take into account whether or not they're possibly related. So I'm looking at very narrow markets here. Quite a large percentage of the acquired products are subsequently shut down. So this has also been pointed out by Reinhold and Paulina Affelt, who is going to present later, and Gauthier and Lamesh for the GAFAM. And I find that this actually holds for the entire industry pretty much. So the possible rationale of a lot of these acquisitions might be, I would not consider them as killer acquisitions, but rather I think quite a few of these acquisitions are acquire and plug in acquisitions. So to give you an example, if I don't observe Dropbox acquiring its closest file sharing competitor, but instead I see that Dropbox acquires a digital signature startup, and now it is offering actually a digital signature service that is not named after the startup anymore, but that it offers on its own platform. So eventually you can build also ecosystems from these acquisitions. And note importantly that this is very different from pharmaceutical markets, which have also been studied a lot. So another innovative industry. In pharmaceutical, of course, you cannot plug in different drugs and grow ecosystems or anything like that. So findings 1 and 2 suggest that there might be something inherent to this and to the software industry, that we see all these acquisitions, and this might be just a feature of this industry, but there's still a lot of heterogeneity, and I agree with Mike's point earlier. I think there are a lot of acquisitions out there. The big issue is, how do we select the bad ones? How do we find out about the bad ones, essentially? And now, for my third finding, I look at entry and acquisitions, and here my results for startup entry suggest that ex ante acquisitions seem to actually encourage new entries. So there seems to be this entry for buyout effect for these VC funded startups. But on the other hand, ex post, there seems to be this tendency that after highly priced acquisitions done by the GAFAM or by the new tech firms, there does seem to be a tendency for entry to decline. So it is, I do observe this tendency in the markets that I study. Now the big question is, why is that happening? So the problem in empirical research is that demand data is quite scarce, so we don't really know why that is happening, if indeed this is strong. So this begs for a lot of follow-on research. So is this decline in entry, if there is any, is this good or bad for consumer welfare? It could always be bad, but it's also possible that it's actually good in the short run, because consumers benefit from one-stop shopping or from being in this ecosystem, but maybe bad in the long run. So this really highlights this dynamic perspective. I think there's a lot more empirical research to be done on how actually consumers substitute between software products. I think the problem is really the scarcity of data. So I think yogurt markets are much more studied because we have the data there, and in software sometimes we have demand signals or we have data on reviews, but we rarely have data on which bundles of software actually do consumers buy and use and so on. And then I think today's question, of course, is when are acquisitions likely bad and when are they good? And some likely meaningful indicia that a merger may be harmful. I think so. These are pretty vague ideas, but I think as we know, so as we pointed out before, complementary assets of the acquirer matter. So so which other markets is the acquirer active in? Also, I would say, has the acquirer done a series of acquisition in a given niche? Looking at the user base of the acquirer and target instead of just revenue, looking at whether network effects are present in this market. And also, I think a key thing is really lock-in and switching costs. I think those are key terms. So does the acquisition provide incentives or capabilities to lock consumers in the long run and to really increase switching costs? And those should be weighed against the synergies. Yeah, those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Louise. Thanks a lot. Excellent. Just want to remind ourselves that when it comes to a merger assessment, we always have, so this is super useful information, but the job of the enforcers is even tougher, because you have to understand what would happen in the absence of the merger. So the counterfactual is that, which is something we are ignoring when describing, well, in the past, we haven't observed the word falling apart, but that's not a good description of things, because what would have happened if we had, done something different, instead of allowing everything, if we had blocked maybe 5% of those mergers, 10%? This is the right question that also us academics should try to answer. I'll go to Reinhold now. Reinhold.
Thank you very much. I also have some slides prepared. So thanks again for organizing this great event and having me here. It's really a great honor to be part of this panel. And we stick to the empirics, and I want to provide some new perspectives through my work on assessing digital mergers in the ecosystem of mobile apps, which is based on joint projects with Paulina Affelt. And before I start, let me disclose that I have nothing to disclose. And when talking about digital mergers and ecosystems, I think there's no way around these 5 companies that you all know. Now that are the acquisitions from 2010 to 2020, and the bigger bullets denote those acquisitions with a transaction value of above $1 billion. And now the question comes up frequently, so do we actually learn something from looking into the past, especially with respect to these acquisitions? And in that regard, we are traditional IO with our work and with an ex post analysis, especially on the second half of this time frame. And we particularly look into acquisitions involving a specific ecosystem, namely Google's App Store. I know this is not the whole ecosystem of Google, but in itself, the App Store by Google is somewhat an ecosystem with the multi-presence of Google and also other firms affected. And the first part involved actually identifying acquisitions by GAFAM that involve apps, and the resulting graph you can actually see here by every respective company. And you already see some patterns in terms of number of apps acquired, but of course there are multiple questions coming up, like how many of these acquired apps are shut down in the process? These are the orange bullets that you here see. And another question is maybe, okay, how many of these acquisitions target app-based companies, or is the app rather just a side business? And this is denoted by the bold outline. So these are app-based companies. And if you are just eyeballing, you can actually see some difference across GAFAM with respect to the post-acquisition strategy in terms of shutting down and also targeting app-based companies. And others like Parker and co-authors or Lameche and Gauthier, they really rigorously studied the acquisition strategies in more detail. We are rather concerned about how do these acquisitions actually affect the app market, right? And this is where we somewhat depart from traditional approaches. I would think in two ways. On the one hand, and this is somewhat a bridge to the next panel, we try to understand the app market as a network. So it's interconnected with certain clusters rather than going for categories, product categories, as in the past. We try to identify apps and firms affected by these acquisitions. So in terms of their similarity to the acquired apps. So you can either look into links by recommendations of platforms like Google. As you can see on the right-hand side, there are similar apps provided for each app, also for acquired apps. So these are reasonably the closest competitors there are. You can also look into the textual similarity of app descriptions to have affected apps to a varying degree. So think of the keywords best describing a certain app that is acquired, and then looking for other apps in the ecosystem matching those keywords. And by this, you can somewhat see, okay, who is actually affected in the ecosystem without relying on very narrow product categories that are provided by someone else. And so having these affected firms, we then turn towards the second contribution or non-traditional way. So we look into non-price outcomes that are really relevant in the digital sphere, that also frequently come up when talking about digital ecosystems. And particularly, it's about data, access to data and innovation. And the good thing about the App Store data is that you actually can see the access to data that an app has or an app developer has through the permissions that are requested by an app. And some of these are really privacy sensitive, as you can see on the right-hand side. Something like the access to the phone status, to the contacts, to the browsing history, and so on. And of course, we know that this is valuable indeed for some of the products that these GAFAM companies actually have. Now, on the other hand, we also look into innovation. We already saw that entry is one measure, as has been shown by Louise very convincingly. We also have the information on updates. And let me also highlight some other recent research that also look into effects on patent citations, on venture capital funding, and so on. I think this is really something where research is really having some scrutiny in regards to big tech acquisitions and their impact on innovation. And we are trying to also contribute to that. But I think one key thing here is also the possibility to measure the access to data. And now what we are then doing, as I mentioned, traditional IO is an ex post evaluation, so before after analysis. I'm happy to discuss empirical details another time, but let me just give you some key takeaways, also as a motivation to what can be done with this kind of data. So first for the acquired apps, so for those of you who have counted the orange bullets or saw the numbers by Louise, so more than 50% of all these acquired apps are discontinued. And the interesting part of it being that these discontinued apps tend to be smaller and also require and request a less privacy sensitive permission. So meaning they also have less access to certain user data. And interestingly enough, apps that are acquired and continued, they request more privacy sensitive permissions post acquisition. So they increase the access to data once part of GAFAM. And so seemingly data plays a role here and also in the acquisition strategy. If we turn towards competing apps that we measured by their similarity to a varying degree, we see that not that much happening with regards to privacy sensitive permissions. So competing apps are on average less data hungry, if you wish. And there's also not much happening with an acquisition by GAFAM. So they not react by also requesting more privacy sensitive permissions. How they react actually is by updating less. And if you look into the nature of updates, it seems to be that feature updates seem to decrease after a GAFAM company actually acquires an app in the certain market. All right. And so this was only about single markets. I mean, the app ecosystem, the app market constitutes a multitude of product markets. And I think this is also the topic of today, not just looking into single markets, but the multitude. I think this is really, and I'm looking forward to the second slot of today's event about network economics. I think one can also, well, improve our results on that. We only take a first step regarding network analysis and effects beyond the acquired market by looking into a developer who has a portfolio of apps, and one of these apps is actually affected by an acquisition by GAFAM, and then we turn towards and look, what is the developer actually doing? Is he or she changing their innovative effort towards other unaffected markets? And essentially this is true. So we can somewhat measure a certain spillover effect and also a diffusion of an effect thanks to the acquisition by GAFAM. And I think this is only a first step. I think really having this network perspective may be beneficial to understanding in a whole ecosystem. Mapping the whole ecosystem may help to better understand how each link affects another link or benefits even another link with the outcomes I showed you, with maybe also data advantages, entry being harder for some of the participants following these acquisitions. And also, of course, governance also plays a role here with the ecosystem by Google. And with that, I think would be interesting to see whether there are some tools with which we can then say something about the path of future competition thanks to this network perspective. So very much looking forward to the discussion, and thank you very much.
Great, thank you. I'll turn next to Igor, who's just next to me. So Igor, you have a presentation
few
too.
slides, yeah.
Yep.
It's gonna talk to Latinas.
Yep. Yes. Yeah.
So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much to the organizers for having me here. Usual disclaimer, views are my own, not those of my employers. And then additionally, a couple of years ago, I consulted for Microsoft, so take that as you want. So I want to talk to you today about acqui-hires, and I want to try to say something about whether acqui-hires are harmless. But before I do that, I want to sort of set the stage by talking a little bit about history and my interpretation of history. And I know that there are people who disagree with what I'm going to tell you. So yeah, so here's the kind of, I hope, an uncontroversial point that tech firms, past and present, are worried that startup is going to come along and eat their lunch, right? And so not just tech firms, but there are certain elements of the digital business that make it more likely to happen. So what do firms do to defend against that? Right? They're not just going to stand back and let it happen. Well, we can take a look at what happened in the 90s, right? So when Microsoft was worried that they are going to lose their applications barrier to entry, right? this was already mentioned, and I know all of you know these stories, but I think it's worth to repeat it, that Microsoft was worried that if applications could be executed in a browser, their Windows dominance would become useless, right? So Netscape Navigator was the dominant browser, and they were worried about that. So what did Microsoft do? Well, they went to war against Netscape Navigator. They tried to leverage their dominant position in the OS market to this new browser market, right? And how did they do that? Well, they use all the tools that we talk about. They were tying, they were using exclusive contracts, and they were trying to deny technical full interoperability. Similar thing happened with workgroup servers, right? Similarly, Microsoft was worried that applications would be run on servers. If they were able to run on servers, it wouldn't matter which OS you were using, and they would lose their dominant position. So what did they try to do? They tried to make non-Microsoft workgroup servers less useful. Now, what's important here is what was the reaction of the regulators? And in these two cases, in the US and in Europe, the reaction was very strong. Microsoft suffered greatly, had to fight these long cases, had to pay very high fines. But I think what came out of this and what other tech firms learned from this is that if you are worried that somebody's going to come and eat your lunch, you cannot just go to work. You cannot just try to destroy it, because there are regulators who are looking at this conduct and they're going to do something about it. Let's compare that to what happened in 2010 when Facebook was similarly worried that somebody's going to come along and eat them. There was next generation social networks, which were mobile first. So what did Facebook do? Right? Facebook instead bought the potential competitor. Okay? And what was the reaction of the regulators? Right, we didn't do anything, not really. So the point I'm trying to make here is that the incentives are the same, they're not going to change. If you have a dominant position, you are going to be worried that somebody is going to come in the neighboring market and they're going to eat your lunch. And you're going to try to do something about that. And what's important here is that what you are going to do is going to depend on the expected response by the regulators. If you expect the regulators to be very aggressive when you try to leverage your dominant position, you're not going to try to do that, you're going to do something else. And here it happens that something else, the second best was to just buy out the potential competition. Now, we can see that over time, and Bruno is going to be in the next panel, we can see that over time, startups shift away from being independent and going for an IPO towards trying to be bought out. And that has all sorts of implications. If you look just at the 5 big tech companies, there are hundreds of startups which were acquired essentially without any scrutiny. Right? So if you are a tech company who is worried that somebody's going to eat your lunch, it seems that the best thing you could do in the 2010 is to just buy them up. And for a very long time, it was basically impossible. Now that's my interpretation, maybe I'm wrong about that, but it was basically impossible to say that this conduct was wrong, right? Acquisitions were great. And it is relatively recently that we have started really talking about possible harms of these startup acquisitions, right? We have this paper on killer acquisitions that really show that not all startup acquisitions are harmless and they're just good, that there are anti-competitive motives to them. There's the loss of potential competition, there are innovation effects, there are ecosystem effects, right? So today we can talk about harms that can come from these startup acquisitions, and I think that's an important discussion to be had. The problem is, until very recently, we didn't actually know very much about the details of these startup acquisitions. What are the basic facts, right? So we just heard 2 empirical presentations about that collect evidence on how these startup acquisitions look like. And I would add, regulators also have a role to play there. And an example is the 2021 study that the FTC published, where they really looked into all of the acquisitions done by the GAFAM firms. Right? So what do they find? And I think this is something that corresponds also nicely with what you find is that from 2010 to 2019, there were 600 something acquisitions. They're mostly small startups. They're mostly early stage startups. And when you look at the actual deals, there's an overwhelming presence of deferred or contingent compensation for the employees of the startups. So at this time, I was working on startup acquisitions, and my interpretation when this study came out, the critics, those who do not want more intervention from the regulators, the common theme was, oh, these are acqui-hires. Basically, the firms are buying the startups for their people. You should not be worried about this. It's just acqui-hires. They're just harmless. And I was wondering, well, is this really the case? Are acqui-hires really harmless? And I want to tell you about two papers, one my own and one of other people that show that maybe acqui-hires, even then, maybe they're not completely harmless. So I have a very recent working paper, came out a few weeks ago, which is joint work with Jean-Michel Benkert and Shuo Liu, where we show that even when you have a startup which is in a completely unrelated market, so completely unrelated to an incumbent, these acqui-hires can be inefficient and they can be harmful. And this happens because of what we call talent hoarding. So the basic idea is that if you are an incumbent, what you are worried about, and you don't know about how well those people working for that startup, how well would they fit with your competitor? What could they contribute to your competitor? And if you are worried about that, and you have a chance to move first, you might want to hoard that talent even if you cannot use them in the right way. You might be willing to pay them more than what they could earn if you just let them be independent. And we show that this can harm both consumers and the overall social welfare. And moreover, when you look over the business cycle, we show that this talent hoarding can lead to more volatility, can lead to more hiring when times are good, and can then lead to more layoffs when times are bad. So this is one possibility how these acqui-hires can be harmful. Another one comes from trying to answer the following question. Okay, acqui-hires, why do firms engage in acqui-hires, right? Why don't they just go and hire people? Why do you have to buy the startup? And there are some explanations out there, but there is a very interesting paper that is not out yet, but it is coming soon. Title is Acqui-hiring for Monopsony Power, basically answers the question, by Heskey Bar Isak, Justin Johnson, and Volker Nocken. And what they show is that you might want to engage in an acqui-hire as opposed to just hiring the workers directly, because what you want to do is you want to kill that most relevant labor market competitor. So you want to eliminate that startup. That's going to give you monopsony power, which is going to enable you to actually pay those people less in the long run. And that, as they show, can harm both the employees and can be socially inefficient. So what are the takeaways that I would like you to leave today with? Well, first point I really want to make is that it is not obvious that acqui-hires are harmless. Now, we don't help answer the question which ones are harmful, right? That's what the regulators are interested in. That is a difficult question, but as a very first step, I think when the critics say these are acqui-hires, you can tell them, well, that does not automatically mean we don't have to worry about it. The second point that I want to make is that it is really important, especially for academics, to try to understand the business models and the business motives underlying the acquisitions, right? We need to understand why Microsoft did what it did when it was competing with the Netscape Navigator, right? We need to understand those dynamic concerns. They were not worried about the browser market at that time. They were worried that what would happen if you could run apps in the browser in 5 years, in 10 years. Right, so we need to understand the business models because only then can we really understand when are the acquisitions harmful and when not, and only then can we have a hope of intervening when it is necessary. So that is all I had.
Thank you. Thank you, Igor. Also, this was very interesting to hear. I'll pass it on to Regina now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me on this panel. I'm very honored to be here. And before saying something, so my goal today is more kind of binding all this together, knitting all this together, so give an overall overview over the literature on ecosystems. And as a quick disclosure, so I was involved in a research project using proprietary Amazon data, joined with Greg, but I don't have any current relationships with Amazon. So first, let me say that there's very little or hardly any research that is really tailored to ecosystems. So we have seen some exceptions from Patrick Wright today, but there's really not much, right? And I think one reason is that for us as economists, it may be less clear what an ecosystem is than what it is not, right? It's not about horizontal or vertical relationships. That's what Christina Caffarel said this morning. But it's also not really about markets that are completely unrelated somehow, right? So somehow there is a relationship, and what is it? So there's very little going on here. But I think that we can still read something out of the literature that has been done, and we have seen some example from Igor, Louise, and Reinhold today, which is kind of about potential competition. So there's lots of research going on potential competition, which has really been fueled by the paper from Florian Ederer, Colleen Cunningham, and Song Ma on killer acquisitions. And I think we can maybe compare these two streams of problems in the sense that potential competition has been a competition concern before, a policy concern before, but really needed that one paper to make economists realize that it's important and that we have to do research, and it was really like leading to an exploding amount of research on that regard. So maybe we need such a moment also in ecosystems of harm. But given that we have that now, I think to tie it together to ecosystems, we can still read something from this literature for our ecosystem problem, kind of reinterpreting or tweaking some of the interpretation towards this, right? So we usually talk about a startup that is not currently active on the market and a big incumbent. But so these two firms are actually not currently competing in the same market, right? So you could also reinterpret and say, well, but what if the story is actually about a research division of a big conglomerate firm thinking to enter a market and a small single product firm that is already in the market, right? And then we focus on this market. So I think we can kind of extend some of the insights that we gain from there also towards this setting then. And what have we found broadly? Well, in this type of literature, innovation effects are very important. So of course, an acquisition leads to an exposed elimination of a competitor, but ex ante, there are potentially some innovation effects that we have to consider about. And in one of my own research in a project together with Igor, we try to identify cases where we don't really have to worry about this innovation effect, right? So this innovation effect does not exist. And then we can be more confident in actually banning these types of mergers. And this is particularly true if the already active firm's gain from innovation is larger than the competitive profit of the outside firm kind of coming in, or of the conglomerate firm kind of trying to enter the market. There are also other papers out there, lots of other papers, who show that those innovation effects may, however, be distorted. So, okay, yeah, there are innovation effects, but they're distorted in a way that is harmful to consumers. So maybe still acquisitions, even though it may affect innovation, is not necessarily good. However, I think what is really missing is the analysis of how specific links between apparently independent products, when sold by the same company, could lead to harm, right? And I feel like, as I mentioned, we as economists have somehow overslept this development, and maybe we need another big bang for that. But what could these links be? We have heard from Patrick Wright, this could be consumption synergies. But other major candidates, so one-stop shopping, for instance. Other major candidates, however, could be, for instance, data. So I can use my data capabilities, allow me to extract more kind of rents when having both of these products. It could be also reputation and trust to some extent. I mean, it makes sense in the sense that if Amazon acquires a small product and also is active there, we trust Amazon. We think Amazon provides a good service, so they can kind of leverage that also in the other market. But why did we not really do that? I think there are multiple challenges here. So first, we have also discussed that before. At a first glance, these are things that look like consumers should value them, right? One-stop shopping sounds good. Consumers like it. So we have to think about a story where firms exploit their position sufficiently to such an extent to counteract those efficiencies, which is, I think, in theory, sometimes not so easy because there are really those two countervailing effect. Another thing is that by definition, we look at a merger that affects multiple markets. So consumers could be harmed in one market and benefit in the other. Then it's not exactly clear how to aggregate this up. So for instance, and finally, we have seen or heard before from Mike Walker that there are actually many product links between those products potentially. And I think also theoretically, sometimes it's not sufficient to just model one link, but having multiple of these links interact is kind of how the harm is created. And that makes it much more complex to find out, okay, so which links are important to model. Now, there's one exception to the non-existent literature that I'm aware of, at least, which I think illustrates this point very well. And I want to give a little bit of an insight about that. So there's a paper from Chen, Cho, Kong, and Matsushima with the title Data-Driven Mergers and Personalization. I think Chen is a co-author of Patrick Ray. So they also look at those two markets, A and B, let's say, in their language. And those two markets are linked with data. So one market is where the data is generated. Another market is where then this generated data, if the consumers also buy the product from the same firm in the other market, can be used for personalization. And each market has two firms. Now, of course, a firm can only make use of the data if it serves consumers in both markets. So a merger allows to offer this personalized product, but that's not enough to generate harm. So consumers benefit from this merge in the data generating process market because of more intense competition for their kind of data. But also in the data application market, they benefit because of personalized products. It's only introducing this consumption synergies on top. So maybe as interpretation of this would be one-stop shopping, that consumers are harmed because this allows the firm to really monopolize the markets. And I hope I do justice to the authors here in my reading of the paper. But that's a just rough outline. And I think the point here is that it's not so easy, and we have to also incorporate multiple links into this models, and we have to do a lot. So we should do more in this direction. We are far behind because these are very important topics, but because the links are very specific, we as economists maybe should also think about more specific cases. So it's not like a general thing where there's like just one relationship, but we should think and look at these cases and maybe collect some cases that have similarities to say, okay, these cases have these main links. So what happens if we put this in a model? How can this harm the consumer? And maybe in the meantime, there will be another wake-up call paper for economists, some like killer acquisitions on ecosystems. And and that's my view on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Regina. Thanks a lot. So we heard a lot of interesting comments from many of you, and I'll now ask my friend Martin Peitz to make sense of this. So Martin, you can comment on this extraordinary viewpoint.
Thanks a lot. I think I reinterpret my role as commentator as the one who has the least to say. That's why I'm at the end. And I essentially take up many of the things which have been said, but put them in a different order and perspective. And then I will close with two questions which are perhaps closer to competition practice. And I think we as academic economists may also want to think about, because that may guide us both in theory and empirics. So let me first say, I think the important part in general with mergers, in particular the kind of ecosystem mergers we're talking about, is trying to understand, well, what are the kind of assets or benefits involved for the merging parties. And consumer data was mentioned, and I think that is very much considered nowadays by a number of agencies. Acquihire, so the asset, the access to certain human resources has been mentioned. I do think we should not forget that in some of the digital mergers, also IP plays an important role. And then I think that's also close to the heart of Tommaso, consumer attention, and perhaps not just the amount of attention, also the level of engagement is relevant and maybe a motivation for some of the acquisitions. And then we can ask, well, what is the use of getting those assets, buying up another company? And well, first of all, this company is now under the control of the acquiree, will be perhaps more closely integrated into the ecosystem, may possibly be less available outside the ecosystem. So I guess that's one aspect. It may be, as was also mentioned in the case of acquihires, that actually just getting those assets removes them from the market, makes them unavailable to others. And the third point, which I think is very important, is to see that these mergers also affect the way the platform which controls these ecosystems can exert even further control, say through terms and conditions, on other ecosystem participants. And I think these kind of indirect effects can be also very important. So it's not just the mere fact. And I think we have been seeing this discussion in a few cases. Take Google DoubleClick, where clearly the increased power in edtech plays an important role. This gives the platform which controls the ecosystem additional power over other players. And so this whole event is called Beyond Leveraging. I think, first of all, we should acknowledge that in digital, there may be also novel leveraging effects at play. And I think they may be important on the academic side. So there are two papers, at least, which come to my mind. One is the published paper by Do-Shin Jeon and Jae-Pil Choi on dynamic on leveraging, and the one together also with Mike Winston. So I do think the fact that we are in digital means that there may be novel theories of leveraging out there. I agree with the assessment on entrenchment, but I do think that dynamic foreclosure theory can help us in understanding at least some aspects of entrenchment. And as Patrick and others have argued, well, there are possibly other mechanisms at play which are outside. So I think my role as a commentator is almost over. There are two questions I want to ask kind of as encouragement for us to think about. Merger policy is not operating just in isolation. And I think that we should take that into account. And in particular, what we should ask ourselves, well, to what extent should we anticipate possible enforcement problems of potentially anti-competitive conduct, which may be facilitated by the merger? So if we think that there are enforcement problems, that affects the relevant counterfactual. So that's the first question, and we may, as theorists, embed that in our theoretical analysis, and it's possibly also an interesting aspect for empirical work. And then more specifically in the EU, with the Digital Markets Act, I'm wondering, we're talking about mergers, not just of the gatekeeper platforms, but prominently so. So to what extent and how does the DMA affect merger enforcement? So I think that's not just a question for competition agencies, it's also a question for academics.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Martin. So these are questions that are addressed to any one of us in the audience, but I'll ask if any of the members of the panel want to react even to what they heard from each other. I will add only two thoughts, perhaps, my reactions. The first reaction I have is, this is an exciting period for academic research and industrial organization. I will add my personal comment, finally, after many years where we were a bit asleep, doing something that was very narrow and not very relevant for policy. I will emphasize for policy. So this is an exciting moment. I also notice, or at least this is my very personal and biased reading, that anytime our colleagues are trying to do some empirical work on what's happened, they bring to us some problems. It's not a 0-1. You never find everything was bad or everything was good. But the numbers that we heard from some of this work is these are non-negligible numbers. One study even found that 50% of the merger went in a certain direction, etc. So these are large numbers. So there is a certain disconnect, and it's not an attack to the DOJ, FTC, or European Commission, a disconnect between what has happened and what we have done. Because let's remind ourselves, we have allowed everything. Forget about the Giphy case in this country, which is an exception, but otherwise we have allowed everything that moves. And so there is a disconnect there. There's a disconnect, and a legitimate question for us is there anything coming out of this empirical research with all the imperfection of the data? I mean, they are very ingenious in the way of collecting data. They're imperfect, but that's the best that we can do, given what's available to us. Is there anything that directly comes from those results that can feed into some policy prescription? Or it's just an ex post assessment that at best, and this is my view, personal view, can help to change the law? So reintroducing structural presumption, etc., where because it seems that it does matter, but we don't have the tools. I also, and this is it's my comment, but I perceive that the advancement that we had in the empirical research do not match with similar advancement in the theoretical work. There is a lot done, but not of the same. It doesn't actually give us a lot in practice sometimes. We don't know what to do with it. So these are two comments I have, which you may or may not agree with. So we still have good 5 to 7 minutes, and if anyone from the panel wants to react to what we heard, etc., that would be great.
I can jump in, but
in the meantime, think about, and this is disorganized because 3 of you are online and some others are in person, but that's also the nice aspect of this event. Christina?
Well, mine is perhaps not a question, but a series of related comments. I enjoyed this panel immensely, and I have to say, I'm grateful, of course, to Patrick and to Martin, who bring the wisdom of the IO senior crowd. But I thought that the work that was presented by Louise and Igor and Reinhold and Regina was outstanding in terms of the value of the presentation and the way you've been thinking about why it is relevant. So this is super, super cool, because we do need exactly this kind of even partial insights in the empirical work, which is hugely important. I mean, I learned stuff this morning, which I think the regulators should, of course, keep front of mind. I love the sort of the chart which showed acquisition of apps and how many of them were turned off. What does that tell us? So there are these acquisition, and why is it that then some end up into essentially death? I mean, I hate to just go always in the same direction. Florian, who isn't here, but of course has been doing the seminal work with colleagues on killer acquisition. Why do these apps kind of get acquired and die? So this empirical insight into it is enormously valuable, and I think that it's exciting that there is a generation that is actually struggling to put empirical stuff in front of us. Then I think Regina and all of you have actually, of course, observed that on the economic side, yes, we have these models of leveraging, and there are, I take the point, new forms of leveraging, new models, and I commend Patrick for the work he's doing. But it's also true that on ecosystems specifically, there is very little. And it's interesting because I want to just kind of give a shout to Michael Yakubidis, who is here. Michael, for those who don't know him, was professor here at LBS of business strategy. And Michael is somebody who has done a lot of work on ecosystem on the business strategy side. So we as economists have not done anything as extensive. At the same time, when we look at what the business strategy people do, we think it's not kind of really directly.
Can I just make two connections between
I would like also to give an opportunity to the panel. I'm moderating this, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yeah. No, we have time though. Just the panel first.
Exactly. So, Louise, Igor.
No, it's I think I also think there's a lot more empirical work to be done. I would, but again, like the challenge is really the data. So I think yeah, Reinhold, I guess agrees very much, and yeah, that you really need to be extremely innovative to get at any sort of data, and I think this would be something, yeah, something to think about. Yeah.
So I actually just wanted to reply to something that Tommaso said. I think there is an interaction also between what the academics can work on, because we also, especially those who are early in our careers, have to publish. And what is publishable depends also on what is considered policy relevant. So I can tell you, I was working on mergers and innovation before it was popular, and I was told by a senior colleague when I told him what I was working on, oh, so you want to be unemployed when you graduate. And I can tell you from personal experience what a shift it was after the Dow DuPont case came out, right? It was a huge shift in how much demand there was for the kind of work that I was working before, same kind of work before that nobody cared, and now all of a sudden it was important and it was policy relevant. So there is an interaction, and I think when, as Regina said, I really agree, there isn't much work on ecosystem theories, but if there is policy interest, there will be.
Great point. I couldn't agree more. From online, Patrick, Regina, Reinhold, do you want to add a word? Patrick?
Maybe just a brief word, just so first, thanks Tommaso and the European Commission for making some subject more popular so that we are allowed to do research, and in particular the younger generation is allowed to do research on policy relevant issues. And I just wanted to concur with Christina in particular on the fact that there is no much being done on the theory side on conglomerate as such. There are some, and we'll probably hear more about this in the next panel. But it's still very limited, and the exercise I did, I mean, the paper summarized, the paper with Zichun I summarized. My purpose here was just to show that once you start incorporating in otherwise classic IO models some features that are relevant in the case of ecosystems. So in this, in our case, we just took into account, we introduced the purchasing patterns, some inclination for consumption synergies or one-stop shop benefits. And that's already is sufficient to generate new theories, new concern, new theories of harm. In the case of ecosystem, there are many additional features that one can pick from. So there is a huge research agenda ahead of us. We've been focusing on. I was focusing on conglomerate. In the case of ecosystem, you have this competition between multiple players of various types. You have some facilitators in the middle, and so on. There are many. There are economies of scope. There are network effects. There are two-sidedness, and so forth. So there are many features. So I hope that my intervention was perceived as a call for a huge research agenda ahead of us.
Let me ask if there is anything that Regina or Reinhold want to add. Else I will ask. I think Michael has a comment to make, and then so let me first check if Regina. I don't see hands up or.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to maybe add one other thing. So I think theory plays an important role because this can then be applied to specific cases. Empirics gives us really kind of some good insights and like starting points are thought-provoking, right, in order to do something. But in particular, when we think about the dynamic aspect, and I think this has been mentioned also today before, I mean, one of the challenges is that in the short run, it looks a lot like all these things are actually efficiency enhancing, this one-stop shopping. But then what happens in the long run with the monopolization? And I think there are serious limits to theory here, because a lot of the time then we don't have closed form solutions if we like have a little bit of a more complex model, and we need more computational methods to do this if you really want to go beyond models that are simple enough to be solved in a closed form solution. So maybe also like kind of going back to that sense, so to the policymakers in a sense, to what extent would such work be accepted if it's more computational work, trying to make some policy recommendations instead of purely theoretical.
Thank you, Regina. So it's great. So I will ask the next panel to join, and in the meantime, Michael can.
Okay,
fill
your
the time
filler. I
by
feel
making
like
a
these
comment.
advertisements of old, as you know, the true changes. So two quick things. First, in terms of what Patrick was saying, Patrick mentioned complementarities primarily of consumption, a little bit of production. I think that there is another very important effect in ecosystems. In my mind, there's a useful distinction between multi-product ecosystems, these big bundles of products that big tech is doing, and multi-actor ecosystems, which are the complementers like people writing acts with someone who orchestrates at the middle. And big tech firms have both. The thing with ecosystems is that the creation of the production of the consumption complementarities that Patrick is saying, the multi-product ones, increases the power of the orchestrators in each of the verticals. And that is the problems that we had. I gave a position in the Problem Shares Committee on exactly that. We have the same problem with Google now. So you have the expansion of the salami, which strengthens the power of the orchestrator vis-a-vis the complementers. And given that most of the economy is complementers to these 5 terms, we need to start modeling it. And the second more general point is in terms of what we're saying, you know, forgive me, Regina, I did cringe a little bit when you said we don't have any research in this very building. Just before the pandemic, Christina was here, Tommaso was here. We had a big conference on regulating platforms and ecosystems, and there's a special issue of industrial and corporate change. Tommaso has also contributed in, where there's a lot of discussion with some of the people that you would recognize. So we can entirely ignore anything that is not written by our colleagues in the same department, or potentially we can see whether there's anything interesting in there. And that is like with other policy choices, a choice, omission or commission, the result is the same. So my suggestion is to see what is useful. You will translate it, as Patrick's saying, because part of it may have been written legalese, but I think that it might be foolhardy to pretend that it does not exist as a starting point. It is socially rather inefficient, especially when we're saying that we're missing patterns, ending on patterns. We have a huge problem, and I think that for those of us who look at the dynamics of innovation, we think we have a huge problem with the dynamics of innovation and competition. Take a look at the rotation of the top firms in Fortune 500. For all the rubbish about disruption, there has been ossification in terms of industrial leadership, including in the technology sector. So is competition happening? No. Is competition making sure that we have at least as much churn as we had before? No. We're moving to a tighter world, and frankly, the ball is in your court, which means, I think, taking into account what's happening outside rather than willfully ignoring it. So that's my
just to respond to this quickly. So I fully agree in that sense that when I was saying there's not much, I was really talking about the academic literature, right? So just to be very clear on that. So I'm an academic. I was only talking from an academic perspective. And there may be stuff out there in the lawyer framework that would be very helpful to be pointed to. Yes, thanks.
She's talking about the IO world, which is separate from the business. Okay. So
hence the problem to some extent.
Well, okay, but in the IO world there isn't much. So let's move on. I think that the next panel is going to be, I hope, certainly a challenge to us, because we have come at this kind of thinking about, okay, so what does traditional IO have to tell us, what the new researchers that are founded in IO are looking at, but also there is a clear sense in which we need to take into account what others are doing. And network economics is something that isn't really very well known to IO economists. You think network effects, but it isn't quite that. And it strikes me that that is an area where there is potentially quite a lot to synergize. So Vasco, who was supposed to join us, is unable to join us, but we have a great panel. There's Matt, there's Andrea, there's Bruno, and of course we will have and Daniel. You should be there. Okay, good. And then we have Tommaso Duso at the end, also making some. So I'll leave the floor to Andrea first to enlighten us. Actually, help.
I stand up because I cannot talk when I sit down. Doesn't sound right to me.
Hello.
Yeah, the title of the talk is Network Economics Can We Help? And I'm Andrea Galeotti, I'm a professor at London Business School. So let me just give you a slice of what the network economics is. In fact, network economics is a field in economics and that belongs to a more general methodology, which is network science. And network science is the methodology of studying interconnected systems and processes that can occur within these systems. Now, this is a literature that has been there for a methodology that's been there for many, many years. But in the last 30 years, it became more and more popular due to two things. First of all, increasing in computing capability, and second, availability of data. Now, there has already been a lot of interaction between network science and policy. When you think about macroprudential regulation, the discussion is informed by network concept. If you think about COVID-19 management, net idea like super spreaders or the diffusion of a virus are very much network type of concept. So it's kind of natural to ask, can this methodology be useful for recent antitrust and competition debate? And in this, I'm really grateful to Christina that really forced a nerdy theorist like me to think, how those sort of theories can be maybe useful, to people, that are really like dealing with important aspects in society. So let me just tell you a little story. I'm going to tell you a little story in the next 5 minutes. I think one of the things that we've been talking today is about acquisitions. We generally think a platform acquiring a small business. And generally, the problem that we have is that when there is this acquisition, maybe things can happen that we are not really thinking about. So in my mind, when I think about an acquisition, I think about an acquisition creating two possible shocks within the particular firm. I'm interested in how the acquisition affects the incentive of the business that is acquiring. And there is a demand shock. The shock on the demand side of the platform is acquiring a new business, is acquiring new products. The portfolio of products, strategy people call it the ecosystem of products, IO call it, I suppose, the multi-product of the firm is changing. And because it's changing through demand interdependency, this can create substantial competitive advantage of the platform. And there could be an evolution that who knows what is happening. And we don't have a good way to handle that. There is another shock that the acquisition is going to create, which is a supply shock. By acquiring a new business, I acquire new capabilities, I acquire new tangible and intangible assets. This is changing de facto the production frontier of the platform A, which again may have feedback effect in the future, which we don't really understand. Okay, so I don't think I'm saying anything new here. I'm just summarizing some of the discussion that we have today. One thing that I would like to see whether it really works is that actually network approach may be useful to capture both of these two channels. Now, Matt will focus a lot on channel 2 after me. I'm going to focus now on channel 1. Bruno and Vasco, if he's online, they will talk about both channels, but more from an empirical point of view. How can we estimate those aspects? So I'm going to focus on the following things. How does the network of products that exist over there shapes the incentive of a firm to choose the product that they want to put in the market? That's the sort of question that I want to address. And I'm going to do it, I'm not going to give you a model or anything. I'm going to do it this very conceptually. First of all, I'm going to tell you what it is a network of products. A network of products is what Hans was referring to, wild products in the system. It's just a set of products. Here I'm making a very simple example where there are 3 products. There is a hardware and 2 software. And the products, the product market are the nodes of this network. And the connections, they simply summarize the demand interdependency between these products. So the hardware and the software too are complementing this specific example in the classical sense. If I give the consumer more hardware, the consumer will also want to have more software. On the other hand, software 1 and software 2 are substituted in the classical sense. The consumer can substitute away software 1 from software 2. Now, any sort of product space, I can model through the network. I can model all these demand interdependencies. So the network here is just a way of summarizing an environment in which this product can be connected among themselves in a very arbitrary way, which seems to be something that we need when we think about acquisition in platform. Now, this is just a way of modeling, and economists are obsessed by trying to have elegant model. So one can say, okay, what you're bringing here is just a nice, elegant way to model the product space. What I really want to try to do to say actually modeling the product space in this way is actually very useful when it comes to understanding the incentive of the firm. So what I want to ask is, what are the products that the firms will choose to produce when that are the products that are possible? And in particular, when and how does the structure of the network of product, this structure here, inform us on the incentive of the firms in the multi-product that they want to serve. Okay? And I'm just going to do this very, very quickly and very easily in the last slides, which is almost the last one. I'm going to take a simple parameter, which which is for the moment is going to be very reduced form, which is the ability of the platforms to leverage the externalities across products. And I'm going to consider a platform that has a low ability and a high ability. And I'm going to think going from low to high as a shock. Maybe, as Matt will talk about, the shock is simply an acquisition of a business that allows to have more data through which you can leverage the externalities. At the moment, for me, is a black box. But this is what is interesting. If the platform has a low ability to leverage the externality, then the way in which it's going to create the ecosystem of product will be based on a market-by-market analysis. It will ignore the interdependency across products. This is, if you like, the word that most likely we were used to think about. And also regulators were going to think about these 20 different categories of products, and you were just analyzing what was happening in one product. However, if this interdependency, if the ability of using this interdependency is high, then what is very interesting is that the incentive of the firm in the ecosystem of product that will be served is entirely driven by the structure of this product network. And in particular, what the firm is going to do is going to invest on products which are central in this network. What does it mean to be central? It means that these are products that are highly complementary to many other products, who are also highly complementary to many other products. Centrality is a measure at the individual level of the product that summarizes all the structural properties of the network. It's like the idea of super spreader in COVID. The super spreader is not the guy that has a lot of connection. It's the guy that is connected to people that have a lot of connections. Because it's the guy that is, so it's the whole structure of the network. And here in this IO basic model, the way in which the firms is going to now deliver the products will be based entirely on the network products. In this simple example with this hardware, software, when you go from low to high, you have that the way in which the firms are going to re-optimize is that we'll abandon one product. This product will not be served anymore, and all the investment will be centered over the hardware and the software to leverage these externalities. So this is a very simple case, but what does it show? It makes 2 points. First of all, it shows that such a shock is going to lead to a sudden vertical transition where the firms is going to abandon certain products and is going to concentrate on specific products. The product is going to concentrate, it will be informed by the structure of interdependency of this network, and more importantly, the independent market analysis is inappropriate. It's inappropriate for the regulator, but it's also inappropriate for the firm. You should see when you look at the document within the firms that there is a debate about we are going to do this because all these products are connected among themselves. This interdependency is part of the incentive of the firm. Now you can have competition here. You can start by thinking about it. Here there is a big platform and then there is another platform. And what you will observe is that in this network of products, the big firm will occupy the core product, the products that are highly complementary. While the small firms are going to be at the fringe of this network, occupying these products which are like substitute and not very relevant to start with. We don't have how this can evolve. We don't have an evolution of this system, but this is something that can come up from this sort of model. So to conclude, I will view network as a flexible tool to capture demand externality across products. Now, I just presented a simple example here, but what is interesting is that this representation is more than a representation of the system. Because when you look at those objects, those networks, there are properties of this network. Most of the time they come up as eigenvectors and eigenvalue. They summarize the physics of the strategic effect in that environment. That is how a shock is going to amplify in the whole system. When you apply to a market application like the one that I provided here, these physics results in understanding better welfare and price pass-through as a function of those networks, of those statistics, of product position. And if you ask me what is happening in the literature, and you will see already today when Bruno and Vasco is going to talk, there is a merging of the physical-statistic effects, of the theory of the statistic effects, which is uncovering sufficient statistics of these product networks in order to inform equilibrium outcome, with the theory of data science. Data science is also part of network science. Data science is the development of methods to detect structure on data that are unabsorbed, that are noisy. And in fact, if you think about a very basic method of data science, like principal component analysis, what do? They use eigenvector and eigenvalue of the source structure. So there is a relationship between those literature that is slowly merging together, and hopefully this will be useful in the future also when it comes to implementing this sort of idea. So that's it.
This is great. And Andrea, when you say networks are flexible tool to capture demand externalities across product, you really mean also products as assets in the firm?
I think Matt will look, instead of looking at the demand side, we look at the supply side. So it's going to be connection across assets.
Because in practice, the question we are struggling with, and we've struggled with in cases, has been one in which the observation is the firm has got stuff. Okay, the ecosystem has got stuff. They got products, they got assets. And then the question for the regulator is, how do I just argue from there that this stuff, which is independent in some dimension, amounts to some more than just bits of stuff? And so the fact that this is able to give us a framework for thinking about that is really what's interesting to me, and that's why it's so fascinating.
Yeah. And I think when Matt is going to talk now, you will see that this will be the same, not the same. Not the same. Just relaxing.
There are already people.
That's why I said I need to be the first to talk.
There are people raising their hand online, but we will go through the talks and allow you take questions later. So Matt.
Okay, I'm going to take advantage of Andrea's path-breaking innovation and also stand up. So I'd like to first of all thank Christina and Tommaso and Andrea for putting this together. It's wonderful for me to be able to have this platform to talk to you, and I'm really looking forward to kind of how this is received, and I've already learned a lot from what we've heard so far. Okay, so I'm going to talk about taking a capabilities approach to thinking about competition in markets. And as has been previewed by Andrea, this is really kind of one side of thinking about the networks approach and an ecosystem approach. So while Andrea has been mainly focusing on the demand side and what happens there, this is going to be about the supply side. So there's a very rich intellectual history thinking about these kind of issues, largely from the management literature side of things, not so much from the economics or the antitrust. And the idea there is that when we think about firms' competitive advantage across markets, that's really being driven by capabilities, things that the firm can do well that its competitors can't do as well. And we think about this very broadly. It can be tangible things, it can be intangible things, it can be if it might be the know-how that's embedded in your production processes, it could be the data that you've collected on consumers, it could be the relationships you have with your suppliers. And really, it can be anything that is hard to imitate for other firms, hard to copy, and deliver sustained competitive advantage. So that's the basic starting point. To give you an idea of how this might feed through to thinking about mergers and so on, I want to go through a very simple example. So I'm going to want you to imagine that there are 6 capabilities, these 6 bubbles or dots I've labeled on the slide, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And let's suppose that there are 6 firms, which will label 5 firms, which will label A, B, C, D, and E. And the green ovals that I've drawn represent which firms have which capabilities. So here, firm A has capabilities 1, 2, and 3, and firm B just has capability 1, and so on. Now, these capabilities are useful sources of competitive advantage in markets, but not every capability is going to be useful in every market. So if I'm a firm and one of the things I do is extract oil from the ground and I have a great patent that enables me to do it more efficiently than my competitors, that's going to be a useful capability for that market, but it's not likely to be useful if I want to enter the market for financial services. Okay. And so I'm going to, in this kind of highly stylized, simple example, think about two markets, market M1 and market M2. And market M1 is going to value capabilities 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those are the capabilities that, if a firm has it, are going to help drive competitor advantage. Capabilities 5 and 6 don't matter for market M, but they do matter here for market M. So given this setup, we can start to think about what competition looks like in these markets. And the first thing we might notice is that when we look at market 2, then this firm, firm E, has all the relevant capabilities, and no other firm has any relevant capabilities. We might expect this firm to be very powerful and to be a minority. The market I'm going to focus on for the rest of the talk is the other market, and one I'm going to be interested in what's happening there. So here, the picture is a bit more complicated. It's a bit more interesting. We have firm A that has capabilities 1, 2, and 3. So 3 of the 4 that are valued by that market and is going to be a strong competitor here. And then we have firm C that has capabilities 1 and 3 that's relevant, B has capability 1 that's relevant, D has capability 2 that's relevant, and E has capability 4 that's relevant. Okay, let's suppose, for the sake of argument, that given that distribution of capabilities, those things that the firms can do well, firms A, B, and C find it worthwhile entering this market and competing, whereas firms D and E might have a relevant capability, but that's not enough to make it profitable for them to enter the market. Okay, now what I want to do is think about the merger between firm A and firm D. Okay, so firm A is a relatively strong competitor for this market M1. Firm D isn't even in it. So given that, should we think there's likely to be any possible harm to consumers? Should we be worried at all about this merger? And when we look further at this, we can see that if firm A acquires firm D, then the only relevant capability that firm D has here is capability 2, and firm A already has that. So it's not going to make firm A any stronger. It's not really going to change the competitive landscape of the market, and so we might stop there and think, no, that's it. This is not going to be a problem. On the other hand, if we look forward, then this capability, the fact that firm A has got hold of the last property of capability 2 is going to prevent firm C from possibly acquiring it in the future, or firm B from possibly acquiring it in the future. And it's going to stop the emergence of a strong competitor in that market. So if firm C acquires capability 2 instead of firm A, or firm A acquiring firm D, then you're going to have 2 equally strong competitors and the market's going to change a lot. And so we could understand how firm A might want to get hold of that to stop that. So this is kind of a classic hoarding story, that we've seen in various ways and we've heard in various ways. And so it's not something that's new to you, but I think that this lens of looking at it is useful for seeing it, useful for seeing those effects. When we think about hoarding, we're thinking about taking capabilities and stopping others from getting them and using them in a way that may create competition in the future. Okay, so that's the first merger I want to think about in this example. The second one I want to think about is a merger between firms A and E. Okay, so in this case, this is our kind of potentially efficiency enhancing merger insofar as we have firm A has capabilities 1, 2, and 3 to begin with, and after the merger, it's also going to get hold of capability 4. Right? That might be powerful, it may enable it to offer better products to consumers, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, maybe A to begin with is already in a strong position. Maybe there are synergies between the different capabilities or complementarities between the different capabilities, so that by holding capabilities 1, 2, and 3, firm A is already in a dominant position in this market. And now, if it acquires capability 4, it's going to entrench that dominant position and become stronger still. And that could be bad for consumers. There's something else we can see by looking at it this way, which is that there's only one copy of capability 4 that's around in this world. So if firm A gets hold of it, then again, firms B or C can't get hold of it and use it as a way of competing against firm A. So that's kind of the basic ideas and the basic way in which you can think about mergers in this framework. And I want to now turn to the question of why is it now that we're starting, or that we might want to think about these things. So this is a picture from the Washington Post that was published last year. And it shows, you know, I don't think this will be surprising to anyone, but the extensive merger activity of Google. So this is from 2001. And if you look above the x-axis here, you can see that there are 81 mergers that are related to what the Washington Post describes as Google's core businesses. So search, advertising, mapping, and mobile. And there are 187 mergers that are not related to those initial core businesses. And we can see that there are many of them, they've been increasing rapidly. And the yellow ones, which you can hopefully just about make out, they're all ones that are related to artificial intelligence specifically, and to building Google's capabilities in artificial intelligence. So what I want you to take away from this picture, firstly, there's been a huge number of acquisitions that Google has done in this time period. Secondly, many of these acquisitions have not been related to their initial core businesses and been more conglomerate. And thirdly, if we think about it through a capability lens, it can help make sense of what's going on. We can start to see patterns in the acquisitions that are taking place. That's all very well and good, but that doesn't tell us really why exactly now. So it tells us that, you know, there are these large technology conglomerates that are emerging, but why are they emerging? What's going on underneath the hood? And so what I contend is that the network of capabilities is changing. The capabilities which markets value has been evolving over the last 20 years. And it's been evolving in a variety of ways, but it's made markets more interconnected than they were before. And because they're more interconnected, there's more synergies across markets, and there's more benefits from holding a larger constellation of capabilities. So what do I mean? Well, one thing that has happened is that there have been new capabilities that weren't valued by markets that have become valued by that market. So if I give an example, let's think about the automobile market. And let's think about capabilities related to image recognition. Now, 20 years ago, you wouldn't have possibly, I don't think, be able to relate those two things. Why would an algorithm that helps you recognize images be at all useful when you're building your cars? But these days, as we move towards self-driving cars, those kind of capabilities are relevant and do matter and can explain what's going on there. Another thing that's happened is new markets have emerged that we haven't seen before. And new capabilities have emerged. So a big one that we've heard talked about already today, and I think is very important, is consumer data. So consumer data is something that wasn't really used and valued that much 20 years ago, but now is widely deployed and used and can be useful across many markets. So it's a new capability that connects many markets. And at the end of all this, we get a picture where markets are just much more interconnected than they were before. Okay, and I believe that that is some of what's underlying the changes that we've seen. Okay, so to conclude, what do I want to try and convince you of? So I want to try and convince you that this capability lens is a useful addition to IO tools. It's a useful way to conceptualize things and to think about the world. And by doing so, you can see things that would be hard to see if you didn't conceptualize these things this way. There are a number of things that we would like to do to really employ this. So if you want to really kind of use this toolkit and use it to think about mergers, you want to start to be able to identify firms' capabilities. You want to kind of understand where those capabilities might be deployed, and ideally how complementary and substitutable different groups of them are. And those are hard things to figure out. Right? That's a big barrier trying to get a handle on those things. But I think that this is where we are, and this is where we need to be moving to try and make progress with these questions. And you know, although doing this systematically and transparently is going to be challenging, I think that there's promising new tools that might be used in this dimension. So we're going to go to Bruno's talk in a minute, and there's going to be, he's going to talk about tools that I think might be repurposed or might be used in this way. There's new data coming online all the time. And if we're talking about within the context of a merger investigation, then it can also be very valuable to get hold of the data that's available within firms that you might not have available from an academic's perspective or doing academic research. Okay, and this is just based on these papers that I should flash to give my co-authors due credit, and but thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt. I mean, you can see why I think this stuff is super exciting, right? Because we are in our little church in Iowa, and these guys, where have you been all my life? I mean, I really want to just talk to you a lot more. And if I was a regulator, I would put them in a room and I would not let them out until they've come up with an answer. Because the kind of things they say about, I mean, what Matt touched upon was essentially a way of articulating hoarding, entrenchment, which is rational and has foundations that are analytical and not just hand waving. This is key. Otherwise, the lawyers will always say, well, you're just hand waving over there. What do you know? But the final point, and I think this is what Bruno will take away as well, and I want to go back to the discussion. The implementation is key. What is a capability? You talk about new tools, machine learning can help us identify what these tools are. I mean, we are at an inflection point. But if we stay sort of doing IO models with what we do, we're just not moving as fast as we should. So I'll just stop there. Bruno, please take it away about it.
Yeah, so one thing we learned is that networks people cannot speak while sitting. So, okay, first of all, I want to say thanks to Christina and Andrea for putting this together, and Tommaso. When I came out of grad school a couple of years ago with a paper specifically about applying networks to market power, I couldn't have imagined that we would be sitting here today, literally trying to bring this to the mainstream. So I think it's a very notable event. And so, I mean, the difficult part is now going to, I mean, you put me in a panel with the who's who of networks. And so now it's going to be super difficult to follow up. But okay, so I'm going to try and make nonetheless my little contribution. So, okay, first of all, I want to remind for everyone in the room what is that we're talking about when we're talking about networks. Networks is basically, it's very simple. It's a collections of objects tied together by relations. We can call them links and we can call them edges, okay? When we talk about antitrust application, at least when I think about the antitrust application, what we want to think about is nodes as firms or products, or as Matt pointed out, capabilities, okay? And so really networks is about sort of trying to modeling the relationship with between all of those objects. So then the question is, how can we actually leverage these tools for network analysis for antitrust? I mean, there's multiple ways where we can sort of try and answer this question, but I want to try and focus on only 3 potential applications today. One is the problem of market definition. The second one is how we can help with modeling. Specifically, I want to focus on the theory of linear quadratic network games. And 3, about capabilities, firm boundaries, and burden of proof in merger analysis. Okay, so this is going to be the 3 things I'm going to cover today fairly quickly. And I want to start with market definition. So I think Hans, Patrick have mentioned multiple times during their talks how challenging it has become nowadays to actually define antitrust markets. So there's an implicit fuzziness to markets. There's a challenge of evaluating these sort of acquisitions of firms that are in adjacent, not exactly the same industry, but in adjacent industries. So what can how can network help from this point of view with the market definition? Well, what's going to be the network approach to market definition? The idea of using a network to define market is that when we define the entire product market as a network, we basically get rid of sharply defined sector. In some sense, network tools recognize the intrinsic fuzziness of the product space. So when we use networks to define product markets, we're going to think of firms as nodes, and the links are going to be the degree of product substitution or complementarity between the product that they produce. So in this framework, broadly speaking, we can think of centrality as a measure of exposure of each firm to competition, okay? Now, how can we operationalize this framework? On the data side, there's already been very influential work, actually coming from the finance side of the literature by Albert and Phillips. What they've been doing is to use textual descriptions of products, which they text mine. These product descriptions come from regulatory firms and case of US public traded firms. They use this product description to create measures of product similarity, okay? And again, the idea, we don't have sharp industry boundaries. Instead, we have a continuum product markets. In related work, I basically leveraged this data to estimate the largest demand system ever. A demand system that covers all public US traded firms with thousands of firms and millions of cross-price elasticity. And this is basically what the data looks like. Again, each dot in this network that you see here, this is actually the real data, is a firm, and the links represent product similarity. In the model that I developed, basically, you can think of the clusters in this network as industries, okay? But note that there's no sharp industry boundaries here. I haven't imposed any assumption about what is an industry here. So I'm literally trying to let the data speak about what is an industry and which firm competes with the other firm. And so a firm that is very central here is going to be very exposed to competition. A firm that is very isolated is going to be more like a monopolist, okay? Now, this covers only one criticism of this data is that only covers publicly traded firms in the US. However, I know for a fact that Jerry and Gordon, the authors of this paper, have been working to expand this data set to even private firms. And I myself, in work that is still unreleased with Lucas Carbarbunis and Julian Salomon, we already expanded this data set to all the publicly traded firms in the world, okay, covering multiple countries. So this data, which has already been successful for the US public traded firms, is soon going to cover many, many more firms, and it's going to become way more applicable. So that's about market definition. Second application of network tools is with the theory of linear quadratic network games. So what are linear quadratic network games? It's basically a very tractable class of games that we can use in IO and antitrust that allow us to model very complex and multifaceted interactions between firms. Okay, so that sounds a little bit abstract. So let me give you a more practical example. Consider a firm that engages in a vertical acquisition where the potential anti-competitive concern comes from potentially multiple sides, from the labor market side and the product output market side. Okay, in a situation like this, we really have to model a multifaceted set of interactions with firms. We need to model the product market. We need to model input-output relationships between firms. We need to model the labor markets, and we also need to model ownership relationships between products and firms. So this seems incredibly complex, intractable, and yet when we use linear quadratic network games, we get actually a lot of tractability and leverage. So let me give you an example. So let me just remind you, each network can be described with an adjacency, which is basically a box of numbers that tell you in correspondence to each pair of firms whether they're connected or not and to what degree. Okay, so in this case, we're going to have four networks. One, let's call it sigma. This sigma is a matrix, tells us about product substitution relationships. Okay, then we have another network. F is going to tell us about input-output relationship between firms. We have a third network, we can call it T. This is going to tell us in which labor markets firms recruit. So it's going to link firms to labor markets. And finally, let's have another network that we call kappa that models co-ownership relations between firms or products. It sort of delineates firm boundaries, okay? And then I can actually solve for the Nash equilibrium of a model that has all of these features inside it, okay? And this is actually the solution of a model I'm working with Sean Wang, a student from the University of Maryland. This is basically the quantity equilibrium vector that, produced by all firms. It's a long expression, but it's remarkably simple. It's just a matrix inverted times a vector. And as you can see, it has all of these networks inside it. So as you can see, so this is what I'm trying to sell you. Linear quadratic games offer a tractable way to embed a ton of rich, complex interactions between firms. So that's the second potential application that I wanted to talk about of network tools to antitrust and IO. The third one that I wanted to talk about is related to burden of proof. And Tommaso here he has been talking about the problem of burden of proof in a relatively recent piece in Pro Market. And so how does this connect to networks? So let's go back to again, to a linear quadratic network. So here instead, I'm simplifying, I'm giving you the Nash equilibrium of a model where firms are related through the product market. This is the sigma matrix. Here again is the equilibrium quantity vector. And here we have two vectors that represent the capabilities of the firm. So here I'm connecting to maths theory as well in a slightly more numerical way, if we like. So these one are represent think of as intangible assets that can be shared between firms. And Z is going to be capabilities or assets that cannot be shared between firms, okay? What does a merger look like in a world like this? So with a merger, we bring in the kappa matrix that tells us ownership relationships, okay? So this kappa basically merges firms together. This kappa matrix shows up in two places. It shows up here. This is the anti-competitive effects. This is coordination. But it also, I make it show up here in front of the vector of a crucial asset. So by putting it here, this means that firm 1 and firm 2 merge together, then firm 1 can use these intangible assets of firm 2, and firm 2 can use the intangible assets of firm 1. So this is where the synergies materialize. So these are basically, here we have the effect that is beneficial for consumers. So here I'm trying to take both concerns, sort of the pro-competitive effects and the anti-competitive effects into account. Okay, so here is where the interesting angle comes in. In antitrust, we are used to making an assumption, basically, that this is really the only comparison that we're supposed to make. And so the question I want to raise is, why is this the only relevant counterfactual? So merger with synergies and merger without synergies. Why is this the relevant counterfactual? Let me give you another one. Suppose that instead we can separate these two networks, the ownership matrix and the synergy matrix. Imagine that firms are allowed to write contracts in the market that allow them to realize this synergy. So instead of doing a merger, they do an arm's length contract, okay? Then we can keep the pro-competitive effects without the coordination effect, okay? And you're probably saying, well, that would be amazing. Of course. Firms cannot write contracts like that, right? Wrong. So, and here I'm showing some data. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how well you can see it, but this is yet another network. This comes from data from work in progress with Giovanni Bonfanti, a student from Columbia. What you're looking at here again is the same set of firms as before, but here the links represent licensing contract for the sharing of intangible capital. So what I'm showing you is that firms, actual firms, write thousands and thousands and thousands of these contracts, okay? So why is this relevant? So here what I want to sort of criticize and sort of like provoke is to think, what if the very idea of theory of harm is wrong here? What if the counterfactual is wrong, okay? What do I mean by that? And so basically, whenever we're analyzing a merger, we impose an assumption that the synergies can only be realized with a merger, okay? But I showed you, so we basically say synergies are impossible without merger, but this is demonstrably false. I showed it to you, the firms enter into an contract for sharing intangible capital all the time. And so here's an idea that we can work, but this is more for legislators rather than enforcers. What if instead of debating about hypothetical synergies of harm, we ask firms, they want to merge firms that whenever we have a merger we're potentially concerned about, we ask instead firms, show me the transaction cost, okay? Instead, tell me what prevents you from realizing these synergies in the market through arm's length contracting, okay? So a different approach to arm's length. So basically from theory of harm to theory of the firm. And the last thing I want to say is a lot of these tools are already out there. So if you're interested in using these as a practitioner, reach out to academics. We're here to help. All right, thank you. Great.
Thank you, Bruno. And on your last point, about the counterfactual right on firms to contracts, it's been a long discussion forever in antitrust, but what I will mention is that in fact at the Stigler conference in April, Oliver Hart, who is the father of transaction cost, came out and said we should actually begin to think about why don't firms do contracts, because we've always presumed that contracts are incomplete, and that's why you merge, because you can't do a complete contract. But his line was, I think today contracts are much more complete.
Yeah.
You want to say something?
Yes, very quickly, precisely on this point. I think, I mean, you're suggesting that the law should basically change to take that into account, but that is in the law. So, so when you make a merger analysis and there's a question of benefits of a merger, one of the points that has to be checked is merger specificity, which means you have to prove as a company, if you claim that your merger can overcome anti-competitive effects, you have to prove that you cannot achieve the same efficiencies by contract, and the standard of proof for the parties is actually very high on this. To give just one example, so in telecoms mergers, the parties are always arguing, well, we will all have these synergies because the towers work together and then we can have economies of scale, to which very often the answer of the regulators, certainly in our case, has been, look, I mean, we see that there are network sharing contracts out there. So network sharing contracts allow you to exploit these synergies without basically the price coordination. Now, I think there is a legitimate debate about the standard of proof on these. Of course, these firms involved say, well, you bring these things because just some guys out there have some contracts, but in reality, it's much, much harder to do this. So there is sort of a legitimate discussion about sort of how high are these transaction costs, or are they not? And different people have different opinions, but certainly the discussion is there.
Thank you. So I want to return later on the capability point, but let's hear from Daniel and then from Tommaso.
Thanks, Christina. Yeah, so thanks to Christina and Tommaso for inviting me. My name's Dan. So I'm an empirical IO guy, pretty traditional, I think, even though I look at kind of more novel markets maybe. So Christina basically gave me free reign. So I have two semi-unrelated observations. One is just kind of an illustration of some of the stuff that the panelists today have been talking about, which I think will kind of maybe hopefully make it a bit more concrete. And then the second one is maybe kind of a look back and a warning from history. So yeah, so first of all, I think the point is like everyone's making the point that digital companies exist in these complex networks, right? So this is just a picture of that I found of all the stuff that Amazon owns, or it's at least part of it. I think there's even more. There's all these products. There's IMDb, Twitch, Zappos, shoes. They own, the book depository. They own Kindle. They own Amazon Music. Freebie, Whole Foods, Amazon Fresh, and many, many other things. More hardware, more software, right? So they own a lot. Among some of these things is also AWS, right, on the cloud market, right? So Amazon has something like 32% market share in cloud computing, and why I think this is relevant is that not only is it present in like a wide array of markets of the kind that kind of Bruno was showing in this really cool network, but it's also present kind of vertically, right? So if you look at Instacart, who's one of Amazon Fresh's biggest competitors, what do they actually use? There's a website called StackShare where you can actually go and check what technology is Instacart using. And what you see is they use a ton of Amazon technology, right? So Amazon is not only kind of a key competitor of this firm, but it's also like supplier of some of their kind of most useful and most productive. And so my point here is just that kind of networks are really much more 3D than what we thought of previously, right? So in some sense, it's even more complicated than this, and what we really need is kind of this interconnection between what Matt was saying about the supply side capabilities and what Andrea was saying about the demand side network interactions, because really everything here is kind of vertical and not just horizontal, right? Like AWS, cloud computing is essentially the backbone of almost all e-commerce, including many of Amazon's competitors. I also went on, I don't know if Greg is still listening, but I went on Zalando's stack share, and they're also really heavily using Amazon AWS systems. So, and you think maybe Instacart can stop using AWS and go to to one of their competitors. Maybe they can start using Google Cloud or something like that. But of course, Zalando or Instacart is also present. The way that they reach consumers is through the App Store, right? So Google is also the owner of the marketplace through which they get to consumers, right? So this is kind of this. So if they were to drop Amazon, they would have to switch to Google, and then they would be part of this app. There would also be have this issue, right? So there's very complex upstream downstream effects that I think we need to think kind of carefully about. And I think this also somewhat raises questions about what capabilities are in these settings. Instacart, when I think about Instacart, what is their core kind of business model is to connect consumers with shopping, with people buying groceries for them. But the way that they do it and the way that they do it efficiently is really through this backbone of computer architecture and cloud computing that's produced by Amazon, right? So Amazon is really the owner of all, or some sort of the progenitor of many of these kind of core capabilities that Instacart has, or that many other e-commerce companies have. Okay, so this is the first point that I wanted to make. Is that and I look forward to Bruno next year, showing us kind of a holographic 3D projection of all the horizontal and vertical connections that firms have. Yeah, exactly. You need 3D glasses.
A metaverse.
Yeah, the metaverse. We'll all be in the metaverse and whatever. Okay. So that's the first point. My second point is a look back at history. Right, and so we think about competition policy networks. We're mostly thinking about digital markets here. We really talk a lot about digital markets. But there is a larger existing empirical literature that really pretty successfully folded in network effects into competition policy. Okay, and this is the airlines literature, right? So airlines are a market with also a lot of M&A and antitrust activity. And also where these complicated networks are present, right? So this is a picture of Delta's airplane, network of all the flights that they have, including the flights by the companies that they have kind of sharing agreements with. So that's why they're going to Europe and stuff like that too. But again, this looks a lot like the network the Bruno was showing, where there's a lot of there's these very dense nodes that represent the hubs of Delta. And they're tied together by very dense flights, and there's also kind of more. Okay, so this looks very similar to kind of what we're thinking about when we think about digital markets, right? And there's also kind of these complex interactions between demand for flights in Chicago to demands for flights in another city where some of the consumers are coming through, right? So there's complex interconnections between all these different things. Right? And so there's this literature that really has been trying to take this into. Right? So there's a massively influential empirical industrial organization literature that focuses on airline competition, right? This literature introduced, huge methodological innovations that basically permeate to lots of other settings. Many people use the tools that have been introduced there. It also uncovered very novel competitive and anti-competitive mechanisms, right? So, this paper by Goolsby and Syverson from 2008 that really shows the effect of entry threat on competition, right? So when a company is threatening to enter into a market, it's already going to have an effect on competitors that are already there. And again, the way that they use it is by looking at the nodes that different airlines have. And so thinking about an airline entering on an adjacent node, they're going to respond in this node, right? And so there's a lot of lessons to learn here. There's also this more recent paper by Ariel, Chilibardo, and Layden showing how firms are actually coordinating capacity and prices through these public information releases and through their public statements, right? So again, something that we can see happening in many other markets and that are very, very novel and very interesting and very helpful. However, this is a big however. On the left here, what you see is a timeline of the production of the A380 Airbus commercial jet. Basically, it was announced around 1995. And eventually, by 2007, they managed to produce and to deliver it and started commercial flights on Singapore Airlines. Okay. On the right here, you see two papers that I think are pretty representative of the kinds of really, really good work that's being done on airline competition in IO. And what I wanted to highlight here was the timeline of these papers, right? So this paper that was that was eventually published in 2021. This is the accepted version from 2020, from February 2020, from Valentine's Day in 2020. It was first presented in 2005 at the Southern Southern Economics meetings in Washington. This other paper that's not published yet, it's still an R&R version. It's from August 2020. The first draft of this paper is from 2009. I had another draft, and I can find many, many more examples of this, right? And these are exactly the kind of papers that do exactly the kind of work that we're thinking about here, right? So this is looking at market structure and competition in these complicated airline markets. This is looking at simulating dynamic effects of horizontal mergers in airline markets. There's also other works looking at price discrimination in airline markets. That's also taken, at least like 10 years to publish, right? And so, but the punchline here is that, it takes longer to produce a paper on airlines than it takes to actually develop a commercial. And I think this is a big problem, right? So, and again, this is partially like, the result of the function of this, the actual function of this market, right? This is a complicated market. You have to use complicated models to answer these important questions, right? And so it's, for example, it's really hard to define or calculate equilibrium in complicated numbers, right? And I think Bruno was kind of talking about this a little bit, right? Revisions, these papers are actually like just grueling to execute, take forever. And I think this is not a big deal for academia, right? Maybe for tenure and stuff like that, but and as a whole, right? Like the ideas permeate, right? So everyone's going to cite these papers anyway. But this is a big concern, I think, for policymakers for litigation, right? For influence. Because, again, for obvious reasons, policymakers like to use published papers, and publication process like hugely lags the markets, right? So again, like if you think about when this paper started and when this paper ends, it started, right before the A380 was introduced, and it ended after the A380 was kind of canceled, right? Or even the way that airline markets are switching from kind of point to point to hub and spoke to back to point, right? And so, published research is like just massively lagging behind the market, which is a really big problem for our influence on policy. And so, how should we think about a way forward, right? So I think the panel really managed to present like an exciting set of solutions, right? So I think, the way that Bruno was thinking about these kind of network games, the types of structures that Matt and Andrea were presenting, I think are all ways through which we need to adapt and think about, these new markets, right? Digital markets. For empirical implementations, I think what's really important for us researchers to think about and to do is basically accept imperfections, finding some sort of approximations that actually work, right? Approximations to models, approximations to empirics, proxies, etc. And then for policymakers, I think my kind of recommendation and suggestion is that there's like a lot of value in very good, not yet published papers, right? So don't just ignore stuff that's not published yet. In economics, anything that's like R&R in a good journal is already like a clear signal of quality, right? And so in some sense, like, part of this, is also on the policymakers, and they should think about it, right? So cite more of Bruno's work, stuff like that, right? That's what I'm saying.
Thanks, Dan.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. But can I look, that's a problem with the IO profession and the way, the pace at which things are published, right? Frankly, it's an issue that's there. And I agree with you, but my sense is that that's more of an issue in the US, where I hear all the time, we need published papers for judges to actually, believe that this is great. Okay, so judges like to see something which is published. My experience is that regulators in Europe are much more amenable to good people doing working papers, even if they've not been published, but they listen.
I think people read them, right? But they don't. But the question is like the weight that they put on it, right? Like I think inherently there is like a lower weight that's being put on.
Okay.
But
Well, I don't know, I'd love to have a working paper to just put in front of a regulator, even if it is something which is being published, and I've done that a lot. I think in the US, it's a serious problem where researchers feel that they really need to have this kind of trail of publications before the lawyers will say, well, what's the authority, can we quote it, a working paper doesn't have any value. So that's more of an issue. Let me, turn to Tommaso, who's patiently waited. Tommaso, take it away. You're the last speakers on this panel, and then we'll turn to discussion and comments from the audience.
Yeah, thank you, Christina. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So it's a pleasure. This the entire workshop, and especially this panel, for me, was wonderful. I have only one regret, that I'm not sitting there. I can see my picture behind you. So. But thank you, Christina, thank you, Tommaso, thank you, Andrea, for organizing this. I think it's extremely timely, it's extremely important to talk about these things, and I will try to go back why I think it's timely important. It was also really amazing to see this session because it was a bit of a deja vu. I remember at the beginning of the 2000s, so we are talking about a long time ago, when my good friend Jose Luis Moraga started presenting some new work with Sanjeev Goyal on R&D networks, and I was so excited, and I said, so, I mean, this is how we should model things in IO. I tried for a bit to use data on RGIVs, and then I failed because it's too difficult for me. But it was amazing how the presentation showed that actually these concepts are powerful. They appear to be simple, but I think it's more the ability of the speakers to make these things to appear simple than the true simplicity of the entire models. So I will be complementary to what Daniel was discussing, and I will try to give my view of these things from the lens of an IO economist who has been doing a lot of policy work, especially on ex-post evaluation of various instruments and tools. And I will use as a reference some work that I've been doing in 2018 for the CMA together with Leah on evaluating mergers and merger policy, because I think it's relevant. So now also 2018 seems like a century ago, because things that we realized and we saw at that time have been repeated by almost everybody today as if these are clear things, and we all agree on that. But a few years ago, it was not like that. There was not such a consensus, right? So the first point, I think the first major lesson that we draw from that report was that actually the enforcement of merger policy in digital market was not really good, right? And here I politely disagree with Hans. So I think that what Louise, Reinhard, and Igor in the previous section also mentioned is an indication. So one point of evidence that is also what Tommaso was mentioning is that until a few years ago, none of the mergers not only have not been blocked, but not even remedied. Right now, I completely agree that maybe most of these mergers are totally beneficial, but I cannot imagine that none of these mergers was not problematic. Indeed, ex post, we realized that some of these mergers were problematic. And then there is, of course, the point that you, Christina, raised, that it's not just a single merger. So it's not just that we didn't make a mistake for this merger, but exactly what we are discussing today. Ecosystem were growing and growing, and that might be a problem per se. So that is a starting point. So things are changing, and my hope, and I really would like Mike to tell me whether it's true, is that that report was helpful for the CMA. Actually, the OECD in a background document wrote as the last paragraph that that study was important for the CMA to improve their merger guideline and to develop new theories of harm in cases like Meta Giphy and Microsoft Activision. So I'm Mike, I don't see you, but maybe later on you can say whether it's true or not. So
it was helpful, Tommaso. It was very helpful, and what the OECD said was true.
Great. So now I think that, and this is the connection to the presentation or the session we discussed, that what Andrea, Bruno, Matt, and also Vasco didn't present, but he gave us an hint of what he wanted to present, can be extremely helpful to develop further these fears of harm. And that was our main concern, that merger policy was not enforced enough because the CMA at that time and also other antitrust authorities didn't dare to come up with new theories of harm to address issues that are specific to these markets, like the role of data that was mentioned several times, the role of innovation, markets for attention, monetization issue, potential competition, role of ecosystem, and so on and so forth. So I think, and I will try to mention 2 points where I think so that networks economics and the ideas of capabilities, which is not something that is only coming from network economics. There is a huge literature in strategic management about that, right? So, and network economics, again, is a tool that takes this concept and map them in something that is something that we economists love, as Andrea said before, which is a model, right? So there are two points related to that study that we did, or 2 lessons that we learned from the study, where I think that these tools are very important. The first one, and it was mentioned already several times. So when we look at all the acquisition of Amazon, Facebook, and Google, and try to see which firms these digital giants acquire, and try to make sense in a IO type of classification. Are they horizontal? Are they vertical? Is the products are complements or substitutes? We had huge difficulties because it's right. It's what Hans also mentioned at the beginning. It's not always clear. Patrick also mentioned, so complements today are substitute tomorrow, right? So, and I think that what Andrea showed before is was extremely clear to see how networks can help to embed both things and make possible to really understand how these horizontal and vertical dimension, complementarity and substitutability can be modeled together. What am I?
You're fading in and
Hello?
out. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we now can, but you were fading out.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Sorry. So this is Deutsche Telekom. Yeah, we will have a report on telecom markets soon with the Monopolies Commission. So, okay. So I hope you heard what I mentioned. So networks are helpful to sort this problem that we generally have in IO models to match these things. Another thing that was very important was that we realized that some inputs, and we talk especially a lot about data, the combination of data, the use and evaluation of data through algorithms is something that connects markets in a different way. And this is where the capability discussion that Matt did was so central, so natural, to think that you create connections that are different than the connections that we are used to think. So these are more supply side kind of connection rather than demand side connection. And but they are coexistent, and you cannot. You have to, if you really want to understand what these mergers are doing, you have to connect them together. So so I think the tools that were presented today are fantastic, and here comes also what Bruno presented at the end, which is fascinating, and I don't know how easy it is to have all these overlapping networks, right? So that are overlapping and together give you the holistic view of how firms behave, right? So the second lesson that we learn, and it's also something we already talked about, is about efficiencies, right? So, you know, efficiency is this thing that emergent control has been used and abused, and especially in digital markets. And I'm absolutely true that there are these synergies, right? So, and so the discussion was in our report was very relevant for the WhatsApp and Facebook merger, where many people say, this is a fantastic merger. Look, so WhatsApp could become WhatsApp only because it was integrated in the Facebook ecosystem and created this synergy, right? So, but as many people already said, so you have this tension between the short-term efficiency, good for the consumers, and long-term potential anti-competitive effect of this synergy, so the efficiency offense. And again, I think that this discussion about dynamic competition, the creation of efficiency, is a discussion where thinking about networks and capabilities could be very helpful. I'm not yet 100% sure how the network models can help to better understand dynamic competition. So I need to drink. Sorry. So everything is great and fascinating. I think that I have two final comments. To deliver on the promises of these models really helping in policy, I think that we need two things. Models are useful in policy, and again, I would love to hear Hans and Mike's opinion at the end, if they can provide two things. First, clear and robust predictions or kind of first principles, which are easy to understand, especially for the courts and lawyers, and are usable in practice, right? So if you have models that are super complicated to solve and right, so that they will not help. But I think so what I saw today and how these models were presented, there is a lot of these first principles that could be helpful for practitioners. Sorry, I'm a bit sick. So the other comment that was also done is theory is great. We need theory, but what we also need for policy is measurement, is evidence. Christina, you remember, so when we were complaining about the Google Fitbit merger, and we came with some ideas, so the reaction was, where is the evidence? How could you ever try to measure this effect that you think are at the core of the theory of harm? So I think that, and there Bruno presentation was very helpful. I think that to be really useful, we need tools for measurement that include methods which are easily applicable, and also a clear idea where we get the data, right? So in the previous session, it was mentioned many times, right? So, but again, so I think both sessions left me extremely optimistic that we are really on a great path. 5 years ago, I would not thought that that would have been possible. And we are here. There are a lot of talented young people with great ideas. We have new tools. So I think there is a lot of scope for improvement. And now I really hope that this transfer between academics and policy will work. And I'm sure that this kind of workshop are key to achieve that. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Tommaso. So I want to hear from the audience for another 5 minutes. The people online have given up on raising their hand. I understand, so there isn't anyone asked. But you see, I will only say this. The reason I find this session particularly exciting is from the perspective of somebody who's been at the coalface doing merger for 20 years, is really that what we are missing, I feel strongly, in some of these deals that we're doing lately is, I mean, never mind, you know, I mean, we're not yet in a world in which we can collect data, but even a conceptual framework, an articulation of something which is analytical. Because if the agencies say, well, you know, we're worried about you have stuff and this increases barriers to entry and there are network effects. Of course, the defense bar and everyone else will say, well, where is that? I mean, my friend Antonio is at the back. He's one of the key lawyers around. He's nice, but there are much worse lawyers who will say agencies are just making it up as they go along because they got no real analytics behind it. So what I hear Matt saying and Andrea saying and Bruno is there are ways of actually analytically formulating the theory of harm, using this intuition that some of these assets have become more relevant and they are in multiple places now. So I find it already a form of progress if one could articulate these things in a way that is a bit rational, because the pushback you get from the parties is always, well, that's just a bit hand-wavy, isn't it? You don't know what you're really saying. So let me shut up now and allow, I mean, Hans, go ahead.
Very briefly, I mean, first of all, I think it was an amazing session. I will say more sort of in the concluding remarks on how useful I think this capabilities framework is and how it fits very well, I think, with the case law on individual practices like potential competition, dynamic competition, which even legally have used this framework without obviously knowing any of the literature, which wasn't even around at the time. So I think it leads us somewhere, but I'll comment on that towards the end. I just wanted to say one comment on since both Tommasos are going at me at Microsoft. I just wanted to clarify one thing on the intervention in digital. I think there are two types. One is stuff that's below the thresholds of revenues, so which are not even looked at, and the other one is stuff that's above. My comment was on stuff that's above, where I think there will be incremental and additional cases opening up beyond foreclosure, and I think it's very important using precisely these frameworks, and and that's going in the right direction, I think, and there has to be this opening and this look at this stuff. The other thing is the stuff below the threshold, and there we had a recent very important change in the law in that we are now through Article 22 taking up essentially have the possibility of taking up any merger that is also below the threshold if it's referred to us by national authorities, and that's happening a lot now. We have two, one with Qualcomm and another one, a stock exchange merger at the moment. So these are all the deals of, there's the Thomas Woolman stealth acquisitions type paper. I mean, all this stuff will now be looked at. There is screening for this stuff from academia, but also inside the house and inside the authority. So there I could imagine, to the extent that there are outrageous deals that are sort of obviously problematic, this stuff is coming and it will come. And that is sort of not an incremental change, I think.
Last comments from Tommaso Guzzo, because he's got his hand up again, and then we just.
Sorry, on these things of under enforcement. So it's true. I mean, what we analyzed was much more what the CMA was doing, and there were several mergers. But again, so we had the discussion also late after we published that report on the Google Fitbit case. So again, I don't want. I'm a big fan from Digicom. I think you are doing a lot of good things, right? So, but we have to admit that in digital things didn't work.
I just wanted to point out that 95% or 98% of the mergers that we're talking about, they're not even notified to us. So I mean,
I know.
Intervene in stuff that we have no legal right to intervene.
I completely agree.
Okay, let me just release everybody because we've been sitting here for 3 hours or whatever it was and no break. So this was a resilience effort. So we only have 15 minutes really. We'll be back here in 15 minutes for the last sprint and then we'll wrap up. Thank you so much. So welcome back everyone. We are in the final stretch before we hear from Mike and Hans again. This is a final in which we wanted to somehow not have all of the I/O at the beginning and then all of the network economics at the end. We wanted to sandwich the network economics in between I/O. And the people on this panel are effectively eclectic, but predominantly I/O people. And again, it's a combination of established, gray hair, senior economists, and up and coming. So let me give the floor initially to Chiara, if she's there. Yes, I can see you, Chiara. Wonderful, welcome, and thank you for being here. Why don't you start and take it away, and then we'll pass the ball around. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me today. And I'm sorry I cannot be there in person. I think my comments, I'm going to try to keep my comments brief because I also want to hear from the audience. But I really sort of related to Louise's comment in the first panel when she mentioned, you know, collecting data for studying some of the questions that are relevant for policymakers is really, really a challenge. And we need to be very creative in finding ways to collect data, both to quantify the trade-offs of various policy recommendations, and also to help existing policies be implemented. And after all, you know, my big definition, sort of the fundamental characteristics of platforms that I think is really crucial is that they are information aggregators. They have plenty of data to look at. So in principle, we could do a lot of things in understanding how they create value, how they capture value from the users that use these platforms to access other parties in the market for transactions. But many of the academics in the room and online have tried knocking on you know, your favorite platform store, asking to have data to answer questions that may be that may have policy implications, policy consequences. That door has often been shut, and I would argue that even we should always be skeptical in the case the door gets open, unless it's due to regulation, which the DMA and the DSA are actually trying to implement, because there may be ulterior motives behind. And so to address this big data challenge, in the recent past, I and my collaborators have been really trying to develop software that can help us track consumers run some experiments on consumers' online behavior, similar to what companies are doing, with the ultimate purpose of really trying to quantify the trade-offs of various policy recommendations. We call it WebMonk because it's a kind of a chipmunk that collects web data. It's nothing more than browser extension, like an ad blocker that willing and consenting study participants would install on their browsers. And it has at least 3 capabilities that are important for academic studies. One is it can manipulate browsing experiences. So for example, it can changes the ranking of products being shown in a search results. It can remove some products being shown in search results. It can also track your browsing behavior. And for today's talk, that's truly what I care about mostly. What that means is that, for example, it's going to be able to detect whether a person is going on Amazon, is searching for a particular product, say a Contigo coffee travel mug, and see what kind of products are shown as part of the search results, and importantly, the positions of these products. Just to showcase the third capability that's important for us that I'll be talking about a little bit later, it can also prompt study participants to complete additional tasks that are beyond their organic sort of search behavior while they are online. Normally, for example, we can ask them to share their past browsing history. We can ask them to fill out surveys and complete particular searches that we care about. So this is a great tool. We're not the first ones to use tools of this type. Tools of this type have been used also to study, for example, digital addiction on social media platforms by Ganskow and Ali and others, among others. But I think that we can definitely take advantage of these tools to really look at IO specific and policy specific questions. Okay. I should also say that because it's quite an intrusive piece of technology, we run experiments that are pre-approved by organizations, by Harvard, in my case, through IRB approvals, and participants have quite a bit of flexibility in granting consent. But because of this, I should mention that actually a lot of the studies that I and my collaborators can run are mostly based on the US, because being in the US, it's actually very hard for academics from the US to experiment on European consumers because of GDPR. So as an example of how we used WebMonk, we recruited participants by advertising on Facebook. We asked them and compensated them to install this extension and keep it installed for a few weeks. And we particularly honed in on one particular activity that they did online, which was tracking their activity on Amazon. Okay. We ran a few pilots. Some of the results that I'm going to show you today are based on the pilots, but we've currently expanded our sample to include about 1,200 study participants. So it's expensive. It's an expensive set of studies, but it gives you the sense to which we can sort of increase the sample population. What is important about these data, and I'm not going to go into the details of these descriptives, but really just the summary statistics highlight how, at least on Amazon, search results and their positions are really, really key for product discovery. Of all the product pages that are visited on Amazon, only 11% are reached through an outside link. say a recommender website that is outside of Amazon. The rest is within the Amazon ecosystem. Most participants don't click, most searchers don't click past the first page when they see results. And even within the first page, most participants typically see about half of the search results. And I should say, Webbank acts on Chrome, so you need to be using a browser. And so you can sort of extend all of the findings into mobile as being even more stringent. We can use some of these data to actually look at how Amazon ranks products to see what kind of characteristics of the products are predictive of whether they are positioned in the search results. And not surprisingly, there's some usual suspects. Being Prime eligible, it's actually a very strong predictor of being put higher in the search results. The number of ratings, so the more reviews you have, a product has, the more likely it is that that product is put at a top rank. The best seller badge is also a strong predictor of higher position. Maybe what's surprising is that price, conditional on everything else, is not a strong predictor of rank. And maybe even more surprising is that average rating, so the stars, are not a good predictor of a higher rank. Then, because it's also an advertising platform, if a product is sponsored, it's much more likely to be shown at the top. That is what advertising is. But what's perhaps more surprising is that when we consider Amazon brands, so brands that are owned by Amazon, like Amazon Basics or Amazon Essentials, and that by definition are only sold by Amazon, which controls the marketplace, the Amazon brand also has a strong correlation with being top ranked. So a higher rank means being put further down in the page. So a negative coefficient here means that you're put further up in the page. And if we look at the coefficient here on Amazon brand, it's about between 30 and 50% of the priority being given to sponsored products. Now, this is purely descriptive. What I want to make sure that these shows is that this priority given to Amazon brand is not necessarily evidence of self-preferencing. Self-preferencing, which is, a behavior that is currently banned by the DMA for companies like Amazon and Google. Why is the priority given to Amazon brands not evidence of self-preferencing? Well, it's because the observable characteristics that we as outsiders have, right? They're quite a lot because, again, we're tracking what everything that the consumer sees, but they are not complete. And there's a huge amount of information being provided by behavioral sort of metrics. What do consumers do when they click on an Amazon brand product page, for example, that we as outsiders cannot collect, and that may be very well correlated and affect both why consumers choose particular products and why those products are ranked higher. There's other tests of self-preferencing, which I think are a little bit closer to a way in which regulators can actually detect self-preferencing, which come from, well, Fogel and Aguiar and Reimers. And the overall test is basically testing whether a product attains smaller success conditional on ex-ante assessment. So if two products are placed on the same rank in search results, if one of them receives smaller success, maybe it's less likely to be picked then it means that it was placed at that level because the platform favored it. Okay, so this is an additional test that I think it's closer to a self-preferring test. And we can do this with Webmonk because we can obtain proxies for success. If we let consumers do whatever they want, the amount of purchases that we actually track in a few weeks are not a lot. But we can take advantage of the third capability of Webmonk and ask participants to perform incentivized shopping tasks, where we ask them to search for products in pre-specified categories and pick a product among the ones that they see to add to Webmonk wish list that then we use to make those choices incentive compatible. Why? Because with some high probability, we actually buy some of the products that they pick, and we ensure that they actually want to pick a low price product by giving them the difference between a $50 and the price of a product as an additional gift card. And in those cases, we can actually really run the test, the outcome-based test of self-preferencing. And so we're going to really try and look at whether a product is selected by our consumers as a function of rank, and then conditional on the rank as a function of whether the product carries an Amazon brand. So as we expected, lower rank, higher rank, so lower position is going to reduce the probability that the product is selected. It looks like the coefficient is small, but remember, we see a lot of products and only one of them is picked. So this actually constitutes a 10% decrease for each position in the search results in the probability that the product is selected. And against sort of the theory of self-preferencing, we see that the coefficient on Amazon brand is actually not even negative, if anything is positive. And if we look at the products that are placed at the very top of the page, if anything, actually the test suggests that the platform is neutral or even biased against Amazon brand. Again, the test for self-preferencing would say that this coefficient be negative. And we find, if anything, and this is with a big caveat because they are preliminary results, if anything, we find the opposite. So just to sort of leave some thoughts for the discussion, I think monitoring and detecting, not just self-preferencing, but some of the obligations that new regulation are requiring now of platforms can be challenging. But now as academics, we have new tools to collect data and address these challenges. And so we can use these data collection tools to quantify some of the costs and benefits of existing or proposed policies and help sort of the regulators come up with tests and actually tests for these behaviors that policies prohibit. And with this, I'm going to thank you, and I leave it to other speakers, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Karen. I mean, this is an interesting study, and I think an example of the very valuable empirical work that can be done. I share entirely the sentiment that it is crazy that you do not get access to data. Because the fact that you don't get access to data means that you have to just kind of go through hoops to generate them. And if you got access to data, you would find what you found, which is, I mean, disclosure, I work for Amazon on these things, that there is no self-preferencing in the data, punct. There isn't, because they don't do it. And the reason they don't do it is another story we can discuss another time. But the fact is that without the data, without looking into the algorithm itself, the regulator is blind. And I think it's entirely legitimate to pursue these kind of questions, but relying on looking at outcomes, scraping data is challenging ultimately. So this is very interesting. So who goes next? You? Okay, Daniele.
Okay, so the usual thank you to the organizer here, and I mean it's a great opportunity. I am among the gray hair, I suppose, economists here. So.
I said senior, but I'm not sure that's also flattering.
So I don't know.
No.
Gray hair.
What do you want me to say?
No, that's fine. I'm joking.
Experienced.
Very good, very good.
Okay, so I'm gonna spend my time discussing one of these various assets that we have been talking about today, which is data. Okay, so, and I want to do two things. First, I'm going to give you my perspective on how I think this data asset differs from other assets. And second, I'm going to outline a theory of ARM in the case of conglomerate merger for firms that bundle asset that is based on joint work with Jorge Padilla. Now, so what is data from an economic perspective? So, I mean, and I think maybe I'm going to basics. So data is information. Okay, so information is what allows the making of more precise decisions. So essentially, data allows us to tailor our decision to different possible contingencies. Okay, so if I'm traveling somewhere and I know what season of the year is, I can pack a certain suitcase, but if on top of it, I know also what kind of weather I'm going to find, what temperature, I can make my decision even better. Okay. So data is, to repeat, an economic good, an asset if it can be made to last in time that improves decision making. Okay. And of course, although we are in London, it's not about weather that we want to talk about, but it's mostly about this user data. Okay, so where the user is, where our client, which people they meet, how much they earn, and so on and so forth. Okay, and what website they visit, for instance. So, and I think, and this is maybe the only thing I'm going to say that's not entirely obvious is that this data, they really can change this ability to make better decisions vis-a-vis the consumer, can really change the bargaining power in a market in a way that is purely redistributive. Okay, so I think this is a theme that our regulators colleague have been touched upon. Okay, so and the most natural way that this can happen is, of course, through price discrimination, because normally firms interact with consumers through price signals. Okay, so a certain price is offered, we all know, but anyway, a certain price is offered to a consumer and another price is offered to a different one in such a way that that none of the two is earning a rent compared to the case if they were offered a single price. Okay, so this ability of the firm, this acquisition of an asset allows the firm to make better decisions. This better decision change the relation between the consumers and the firm in a way which I contend is quite different than what happens with traditional assets. Okay, and I mean, I made a story about price discrimination, but like in Chiara's talk, this could be a story about match discrimination. So which kind of product you get to see depending on who you are, for instance. Okay, and this is part of, if you're interested in this, we define match discrimination in a work with my co-author of Balazs Centers. Now, so what's the difference with traditional asset then? No, when we think about traditional asset, mostly what they do is to change the production frontier of the firm. This change in production frontier usually result in the ability to create new product or the ability to make the product they already do a lower cost. Now, when we think about our models of how we relate a change in cost to a benefit to consumers, whether this is a monopolist pricing or it is in competition, I mean, most of our conclusion would be consumers benefit from this improvement, for this asset acquisition. So it is hard to model a situation in which the cost of the firm decreases, and yet, because of market forces, consumer loses. So this is already something that is different with data. Okay, so data can be profitable to the firm that acquires it, but it can generate, they can be extracted. Okay, so they need not be an asset that reduce cost. So, and I think a good comparison in terms of, so what kind of other assets are this way? Maybe human resources could be, or intellectual property. And another I think, I don't know, this is more of a kind of thought-provoking, but I hope. But so when we think about the acquisition of a company that is a competitor, I mean, the company is not really a traditional asset in the usual way. What we really expect when we acquire a company that is our competitor is a change in our strategic relationship toward consumers. And so this is what data also do in some way. Okay. So yeah, so data is intelligence, and so when you want to think about also all these new tools of artificial intelligence, you may want to think of them in the same way as tools that allow you to make better decisions and potentially exploit customers or make them better off. Okay. And one more thing about data that will bring me to the next property. So traditional assets tend to be specialized, so it's hard to move a machinery from one plant to another, while data are usually collected in different markets and can be used in many of them. And this touches upon what Matt was saying before. I mean, the data asset is one that is used by many firms. And I mean, so we know, for instance, why location data are used to Booking, they used to Deliveroo, they are used to Amazon, they are helpful to Uber and to everybody. So, and here comes to the second part of my sort of short talk here, and it is about that this the fact that these data are valuable suggests that you could develop a theory of why conglomerate merges happen. And so it is a theory about data collection. Of course, data collection is only one force among the various forces that may push toward the conglomeration. Okay. And so in our paper with Orge, we make this, we try to make this case, talking about some of the recent mergers that have been quite important in the digital ecosystem, like Google DuckDuckClick, for instance. Okay, and so what we argue in very short is that there is a monopolist in a primary market that is data hungry and may acquire a firm in another market which is unrelated. So it's not vertically related, it's not horizontally related, but it has data, for instance, wearable devices that allows you to track health status or other situation that is very valuable for data in the primary market. And again, I mean, this is of course make the firm in the primary market stronger. And so this builds this sort of entrenchment of the firm in the primary market. And right, so what we argue is that this firm in the primary market might enter the secondary market precisely to prevent the firm in the secondary market to acquire this data and to become a potential competitor in the primary market. And this is possible because of something we, I mean, it's quite an IO cornerstone that Tirol called the efficiency effect. I don't quite like this name, but so this idea that the monopolist has more to lose from losing its monopoly than the competitor has to gain from entering a market where he needs to compete now with the monopolist. Okay, so given this, the competitor is not going to enter this market if he is prevented from obtaining this data by the monopolist. Anyway, there are nuances, but so and of course this can be constructed as an efficiency offense again, but you might think of it as also an inefficiency offense for what I've said in the first part of the talk. And now, of course, if entry is preempted, then consumers are worse off. So this is a dynamic theory of preemption. Now, where is the, I mean, so this may happen through a merger, and so, and I'm not quite sure here exactly what's the legal status here, but what we emphasize in the paper is that these monopolists may decide to enter another market. And if this is a monopolist in the first market, it will rely on what we call a bundling of the privacy policy. So he will sort of condition the use of his product in the primary market to the consent of consumers to give their data in the secondary market to allow the monopolies to bundle this data. Now, you could in principle see this, of course, as an abuse of dominance, because this is a practice that together with the potential negative effect that has down the line, it could be conceived as
Isn't this
such.
exactly the Facebook case in Germany? I mean, like the privacy treatment, the privacy consent that is given by customers for certain purposes is effectively used much more broadly by Facebook than customers gave explicit consent for, and that is an abuse of dominance. This is exactly the Facebook case in Germany.
Yes, so what I will say to that is that, I mean, the abuse of dominance could be even configured by the asking itself to consumer. This practice of forcing consumer to release their data in a setting in which there is a monopolist, of course, not in a setting where consumers have the possibility to opt out, could be configured in this way.
I'm saying that's what Germany did, which is an excellent case. Okay.
Okay, so I mean, let me conclude with a couple of remarks here about this. So this is, for instance, consistent with the Reinhard empirical evidence before that, I mean, apps that are continued when they're acquired by GAFAM tend to be the ones where then privacy is diluted after. Okay, so, and I mean, this is, the logic is not particularly new in a sense. This is the logic of every dynamic foreclosure model, in a sense, in the literature, and it's very close to, for instance, Carlton and Waldman. But here there is not a technical bundling of products. Okay, so there are no products being bundled. Here it's data that is combined, and the crucial bit is the fact that this and again, it speaks to this capabilities approach, because this preventing the competitors to acquire data that are then be essential to enter the primary market is kind of the same logic.
Right.
Okay. And
Well, that's great, because I think as you were speaking, I was thinking this speaks exactly to what Matt was saying in terms of capabilities and assets, and how narrow the standard antitrust framework is, because we talk about products all the time. And of course, you're right, data isn't a product, so you have the objection, but it isn't a product. You say, but it's still a super important asset that you can use to leverage in other places. So that's really the sense in which this stuff is important. Okay, let's move on to Sheva. I can see you online. So this is a great run through research, which is in various ways connected with the topic. Shiva, you want to take it away?
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Christina, and also, Tommaso, for inviting me to this panel. And before I start, I want to quickly, make a disclosure. I've previously worked with Compass Lexicon as a consultant for mergers such as NVIDIA ARM, IBM Red Hat, among others. Now I consult, in limited capacity as an academic on research papers for Compass Lexicon. But generally, I'm an assistant professor at Tilburg University and also a part of TILEC. Yeah, so having said that, let me then proceed with my presentation. Let me know first of all, can you see my slides? I suppose, yes? Yes, I believe so.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Platforms and ecosystems are present in many, spheres of our lives, right? Today's whole discussion is about platforms and the dominance that they have, and perhaps the theories of harm that might come out, and there's a big kind of focus on them, right? Just simply because they've gone from just being some arcane things to some very niche things to be a part of every part of our lives, from instance from communication products to industrial and infrastructure products such as cars, industrial robots, IoT, and also home electronics. So they're basically pervasive in every sphere of our lives, right? So it's become very important for us as economists and also regulators and also practitioners to understand the impact of mergers and competition in these markets, especially because these markets also have network effects, right? So especially the aggregation and dominance of ecosystem platforms has brought intense scrutiny, right? And this comes from the fact that they have network effects, which we know very well have the habit of, kind of creating agglomeration and, creating aggregation towards one or the other kind of, competing platforms to, create one, because the value of network effects comes from aggregation, right? The more you have on one, the faster, kind of more people will join, and there's a nice feedback loop. So this has led to concerns for many policymakers that network effects may exacerbate the incentives to shut down rivals, right? So towards this, I wanted to understand, first of all, kind of break down our what kind of network effects are present in the market and which are actually harmful. And also this might help also, kind of policymakers and also practitioners to understand which can be harmful and which are actually not as bad compared to the benchmark or the status quo, like these traditional markets without network effects, which we already have theories for, right? So that is what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to understand which kind of network effects, or I'm trying to create kind of a typology in a sense, and that can help us to understand an easy way as a first filtering mechanism to see which is good, which is bad, and then, accordingly, proceed with some antitrust, kind of tools that we already have till we build new ones, or, figure out other, kind of theories of harm. So in traditional markets, so the question that I wanted to, in this presentation, it's, as you can see, it's very applied. This presentation is just going to, try to inform policymakers and practitioners how to think a little bit more in terms of breaking down the different typologies of network effects, right? So what the question I ask here is foreclosure more likely in platform markets than in traditional markets? And towards that, what I do is I break down into 3 different types. One, we know the classical setup that suppose there's a supplier and there are 2, kind of retailers, and there's a vertical merger. And then we know the vertical foreclosure theories of harm, and then we have the whole non-horizontal merger guidelines, right? And those are very well, those are well done, and there are many people here in the, kind of in the panelists who've actually worked towards building those. So now platforms, what they do is they bring in network effects, which are very well known. They create tipping point where it leads to monopoly and perhaps also, shut down of rivals, and, it may exacerbate kind of anti-competitive effects. Towards this, I wanted to, create 2 other typologies. One is platform-specific network effects, where each seller on a platform actually adds value to itself. The more it sells, the more, it's its own kind of platform. Like it's able to leverage network effects for itself, right? This is product-specific network effects. The more it sells, the more it can attract third parties for its products, and then it creates, positive benefits for itself. The second kind of, type of typology that I talk about, type of platform network effects I talk about, are platform specific. What I mean by that is each of the sellers on the platform now can add value to the platform, which then, benefits, kind of each of these sellers as well. So basically, now each seller is adding value to each other, right? So in such a situation, I try to understand what happens when you have vertical merger with these different types of network effects, and which is worse than the status quo without network effects, and which is perhaps less, at least theoretically, less harmful than the traditional setting, okay, which is the classical setting without network effects, okay? And basically, these arrows point out how the value chain, kind of network effects plays out, okay? So what we find is that when you have seller-specific network effects, then foreclosure incentives are higher than the traditional setting. And when you have platform-specific network effects, that means when each seller is selling in a way that benefits the whole platform, and then the seller also benefits, that's great. So in that case, foreclosure incentives post a vertical merger are lesser. Okay. So what policy takeaways I would like to bring out are product-specific network effects. You need stricter merger control process, while ecosystem-specific network effects, perhaps non-horizontal merger guidelines might be sufficient, right? Which are already there. We don't need to change too much because it looks like the foreclosure incentives are lesser than the traditional market. So if that is the case, then what's the point of creating stricter kind of requirements when given the current requirement is sufficient. So towards this, I kind of I looked at the post-merger, analysis, and that's enough to provide whether there's foreclosure incentive or not. Okay, so there is a supplier U that is integrated with one of the sellers. Let's call it D1.
There's no way he presents 14 slides.
And these sellers sell a network good, while D2, which is the second firm, is competing with this merged entity, right? And they all are competing by choosing outputs. So just to give you an idea how network effects plays out, for a traditional market, which we call M equal to T, network effects are 0. For each specific seller-specific network effects case, each firm benefits from this positive network effects coming from its own sales. Okay, while the third case, where platform-specific, means that each seller benefits from the total sales on the ecosystem. Okay, so that is basically saying each seller is valuable for the ecosystem. The inverse demand basically here is that as the network effects increases, the price also increases. Okay, so basically margins increase, it increases value for the consumers in a sense. So platform profits are basically, function. It's a vertically merged case, right? It's based on its own retail revenues plus the licensing fees it has.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
You are not going to present 14 slides.
No, it's actually rather quick. I'm just going to go here.
No, but it is killing us to see this.
Okay, so
just give us the intuition in 1 minute.
Yeah, I'll do it in a minute. So basically here I'm saying that in the case without network effects, there is the foreclosure incentive that's very well known. In this case, there's higher incentives to foreclose because each firm benefits from its own network effects. So the merged entity wants to get all the network effects for itself by shutting down the rival, much more than the traditional setting. And while in here, if because the rival also adds benefits to the ecosystem, then as a result, the merged entity is willing to accommodate the rival because it benefits from the rival's presence in the kind of market. Okay, so what can I say here? Some policy takeaways. This typology helps as a first filtering step for problematic mergers to understand how these network effects impact the products and the ecosystem, right? This is very important. And then it's important to check the type of network effects on a platform. If the network effects are platform specific, then the standard vertical merger control guidelines are sufficient. If the network effects are actually seller specific, then you should have stricter vertical merger control guidelines as needed. Yeah. So this is what I just wanted to make clear by the map. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I mean, tip for the future: when the chair tells you 4 or 5 slides max, you do just that because you kill the audience. Okay, so now we have Louise. I think in the spirit of this seminar, we'll describe you as, I was told that I cannot say that you have gray hair, nor can I say that you are mature, nor that I can say that you're senior. So this is unacceptable, non-PC, but you're certainly experienced. So I look forward to hearing from you. You're in mute.
He still needs to delete.
I was muted. I'm not muted now. Thank you, Christina. And by the way, just to get started with a disclosure, I did not file it in writing beforehand. I did not. I would need to do so. But I am currently an expert witness in the Microsoft Activision case, working for the plaintiffs in one of the cases. And that's the only potential disclosure that I have for the past few years. Okay, with that, having said that, what I thought I would do is sort of a very general, big picture type of analysis of ecosystems and merger analysis in the context of ecosystems. And I would say that in the first question we should ask ourselves is, what do we mean by an ecosystem? And I think there are several things that come with the term ecosystem. One is they're very pervasive. The previous presenter just mentioned that. And there are a lot of complementarities going on in here. Different products, different services, synergies. I know people don't like that word, but I think it's frequently an appropriate word. So that's one first element of an ecosystem. The second one is, it's not just about prices and quantities. There are many other things going on, privacy being one of them, but also say the innovation ecosystem, innovation activity. And in particular, someone like myself who's been closely involved in startup programs, it's something that I see very frequently, hundreds and hundreds of startups and how they try to develop, enter, make sense of their business model and so forth. It's a complicated thing, and it's part of this ecosystem again. And the third sense of the word ecosystem seems to me, and now focusing more on merger analysis, is that it's more than just prices and quantities. It's complicated. It's complicated, and in fact, compared to the more traditional merger analysis, I think it's very complicated. Of course, this depends on the case. For example, the Microsoft Activision case. Actually, I think that even though you might say this is part of an ecosystem, it's still reasonably within the confines of traditional M&A analysis. There's a reasonably well-defined market. Yes, it is evolving. We know that, but it's a reasonably well-defined market. It's true that the acquired Microsoft is part of an ecosystem. I know all of that, but still, I can see myself looking at this merger with a lot of the more traditional tools for merger analysis. I can see myself computing HHI indexes. I can see myself looking at market definition, elasticities, demand elasticities, cross-price elasticities, diversion ratios, and so forth. But then if you look at something, even like Meta and Giphy, or some related acquisitions by large big tech companies in the past 20 years or so, a lot of them, I think, are extremely difficult to analyze with a more traditional M&A review process. Markets are not well defined. Many of the targets do not have a revenue, do not have a revenue model, do not have a clearly defined business model, are not in a market. There's no HHIs that I can compute. It's largely about potential competition, about the possibility that these startups would develop either as a complementary to existing large big tech firms or as a substitute and a potential competitor. And for this, it seems to me, the current review process, here I'm talking about agencies, courts, and so forth. It varies from country to country, from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. But it seems to me that the system is perhaps not very well prepared. So to me, when it comes to ecosystems and mergers, the big question is, or the big questions are, do we need to change merger analysis in a radical way? If so, how? In other words, I don't think it's just about thresholds for the merger to be reviewed. Some of the changes that we've seen recently in the US, that's all very nice, but I really do not think those address the underlying problems. And so I'd like just to spend a few minutes. I don't have a formal slide presentation. I might have one slide to help me take you through my next couple points. But I think this is a first order importance problem, and it's one that I don't think we've made a lot of progress. So let's see if we can make some progress. And so at this point, I think I would like to share one slide only, if that's okay, because I think it would help me in the next points that I want to make. So I assume that I'm allowed to do so, and I'm going to try to do that. So can you see that slide right now? I think you can. So I'm not going to go through all of the analysis that I've done recently on this, but I'm going to try to summarize that in one slide, in one graph. Think of merger agencies looking at an acquisition and asking themselves the question, could this firm be a potential competitor for the acquirer? Because that's really, I mean, that really is the big question. That's not an obvious question in many cases, even, Meta Giphy. I think if you're talking about Microsoft Activision, that's all very clear. But when it comes to cases like Metac, it's more difficult to show. So assume that I could somehow parameterize that in a value of alpha that would range from 0. This is not a potential competitor at all. This is just a complementary, to 1 that, this is really a direct competitor to the acquirer. If we were able to do that, and, that's the best way I can think of it to get started, then we might ask the question, is there a threshold beyond which I would want to block a merger? So let's think of a merger analysis as how tough I want to be vis-a-vis my the likelihood that I see that this target could be a potential competitor for the incumbent. And with that in mind, I think I can summarize a series of potential strategies as follows. So no enforcement corresponds to alpha equal to 1, meaning that no matter what the value of alpha is, no matter how much of a potential competitor I think this target is, I'm not going to bother. Whereas 0 is a total ban on mergers. No matter what the value of alpha is, I'm not going to allow that merger. So between these two extremes, we have a series of potential policies or stances in the merger review process. And within these, in the work that I've done recently, I highlighted 2 or 3, I should say. One corresponds to alpha equal to 0.5, which I think is largely a reflection of the current stance in the European Union, certainly, but I believe in the UK as well, and to a certain extent in the US as well, meaning you ask the question, is this target more likely to be a competitor or not? What is the balance of probabilities in here? A second possible stance is what the Furman report and other authors have referred to as the balance of harms. Let me weight these probabilities with the costs and benefits of allowing or blocking a merger. And a third possibility is one that would maximize expected discounted welfare based on a model that would include that probability of being a competitor in there. Okay, what I've done recently, and I think methodologically, I would very much like to push for this as a way that the economics profession should go, is I've tried to calibrate this model because, of course, we don't have enough data. We as researchers don't have enough data to understand the nature of the 600 or 700 mergers that have taken place in the past few decades, but at least we can get an order of magnitude of the effects in question. And what I found based on this simple calibration exercise is that, number one, balance of probabilities is pretty much like laissez-faire, like allowing all mergers to take place. And in fact, this is reflected in the fact that in the past few decades, as you know, very few, I mean, other than GIFI, I don't think any measure by a big tech has been blocked. And so that actually fits nicely with the calibrated framework that I have in here. With respect to that, my calibration exercise does suggest that a move to balance of harms would correspond to a substantial improvement in consumer welfare. In other words, the process that was proposed by the Furman report and eventually was killed, for lack of a better term, by the UK government, in my opinion, would have provided a substantial improvement in consumer welfare. And the third point that I make is that a total ban on mergers would be a total disaster in terms of consumer welfare. So, this is not a formal presentation, and so I will leave it as that in terms of my overview of the recent research that I have. What I would like to do is just to, with that in mind, with this as a background, move on to the more practical problem, which is, I think there's a certain consensus, and I've been a little bit of a dissenting voice in several ways, but I think that even considering that, there's a certain consensus that there's room for improvement in merger policy. I think there's a certain consensus that somewhere between laissez-faire and a complete ban is what the optimal solution is, the optimal policy is. Consensus amongst economists, I should say, which is the sort of the audience that I've been dealing with mostly. However, then we have a situation like what happened in the UK, where there's a well-defined, well-crafted, I think, justified with compelling arguments proposal for the so-called balance of harms policy in mergers, and it just doesn't go through. And it doesn't go through, it seems to me, largely for a combination of political and legal reasons. And this is the part that I think the discussion should move towards. Why is it so difficult for us to move from the current system of balance of probabilities to one of balance of harms, to one where the explicit computation, both of the probability that this target is a potential competitor and the foregone benefit to consumers from allowing the acquisition to take place? Why is such a process not allowed by agencies and courts? I think that's, to me, that's kind of a #1 question when it comes to merger analysis. It's my understanding, I was presenting this research at the OECD in June, and the Australian agency, I talked to them, and I got the impression that at least within the legal context of Australia, balance of probabilities, balance of harms is possible. In other words, there's a notion that the probabilities or the likelihoods that are considered in a merger don't need to be 50%. It could be a value lower than 50%. I think that's a very important step towards what I believe is an important improvement in merger review, but I haven't seen that happen, certainly not outside of Australia. So I'm just throwing that in here as what I think is, or should be, or could be, one of the main areas for improvement in years to come. And with that, I'll stop here.
Thanks, Louise. You wonder why this didn't go through. Have you encountered the London Bar and their clients? I mean, need to look any further? I mean, the lobbying, right? That's why it didn't go through. This is why these things never go through, because the degree of lobbying against change is massive. And so people roll back, but that's really why.
So let me just you may be right. It seems to me that in addition to a commercial interest, there's also a legal element in here. And I understand that, and you told me this was a discussion or could be a discussion where a good part of the audience is not just economists, but also lawyers and people more are with a framework that's more of a legal framework. I'm very interested in understanding whether this is something that courts and agencies would be ready for or not. And it seems to me that it's not just lobbying. There's also an element of are we ready for a change in legal thinking as well, not just economic thinking. So, but I take your point.
Yeah. Okay, let me just thank you so much. This has been an eclectic panel, so I don't have the Igor having to try and make final comments and bring things together, before which we will go into, no, after which we will go into the discussion with Mike and Hans.
So thank you for this opportunity to kind of try to bring this together and maybe provide a bridge to the next panel. So I think initially we were talking a lot about data. Both of the first two presentations were fundamentally about data. So one thing that I kept wondering as Chiara was presenting is, in order for Amazon to be able to provide a ranking of products in such a way, it requires a massive amount of data. And I think everybody would agree that having products presented in a way where you don't have to go beyond the second page is actually useful. Right, so firms having these huge quantities of data can be beneficial to consumers. So I don't know if Chiara wants to comment on that it is a good thing that that firms tell us, okay, isn't this what you actually like? And that brings me to a thing I was thinking about while Daniele was presenting, that data can be productive or it can be extractive, if I can term it in that way. And how might we be able to distinguish between those things? And I was wondering if you know any work that looks at when is data traded among companies? Because I would assume that if data is mostly extractive, and you would want to share that data against the fee with your competitors, while if it's productive, you might not want to do that. An additional point, I think as economists, we should always try to think about externalities. So when it comes to data collection, there is a massive amount of externalities that individuals who give consent for their data to be collected don't take into account. Right, so for a firm to be able to use data productively, it needs a massive amount of data. For me as a person, if I give my data, it does not change really how much Facebook knows about me, right? Whether I give my data or not, they can still guess a lot, right? So if a company knows that I was at this location and it knows what everybody in this room is working on, they have a pretty good guess on what I'm working on, even if I don't give my consent. So there are these externalities. I think Shiva has talked importantly about that the nature of network effects matters, and the structure of platforms matters. And for Louise, I actually have maybe a question that has been bothering me for a while working on this, and I would be very curious to hear your thoughts on this balance of harms in a long-term perspective, right? So if we care about innovation incentives and we want to have a policy that optimally incentivizes firms to develop products and startups to enter, that would somehow include, or it would force regulators to prohibit or allow deals based on how they would incentivize future firms. And to me, this somehow seems problematic. And I cannot articulate well why, but I hope you understand what is worrying me, and I would be interested in hearing what your thoughts on that. And maybe as a bridge to the final session, I have sort of two questions. There was a lot of talk initially about this dangers of zooming in and the importance of looking at ecosystems broadly. Isn't it the case that zooming in some sense, helps regulators also win cases? Because defining markets in a narrower way is inherently helpful for most cases, I would assume. So is there not a danger that if we take too of a broad perspective, that everybody's going to be a competitor, and that then it will be very difficult to show that anybody has market power? And then coming also to this ecosystem notion, we have been talking about a lot of harms side, and I'm just wondering, is it also maybe time to start thinking about benefits? Is it start to take the so-called out-of-market efficiencies seriously? It was never really clear to me why these were completely ignored. That's at least my understanding, that legally they were not taken into account. So if we start thinking seriously about ecosystems, maybe we can also start thinking about efficiencies. So with that, I would close.
Thank you so much for drawing it together. I think we are now going to grab Hans and Mike for the final. So do we want to give maybe a chance to the panelists to respond? Sure.
Sorry, I think we have 10 minutes.
Yes, I mean, we don't have to religiously stick to that, but if people would like to comment, by all means, raise your hand. Yes.
I can say something really quick. I really appreciated Igor's point on the fact that, you know, having such a vast amount of data can be a good thing. It can be a good thing that we don't have to go past the first page to choose our products, right? I think the question is, do we need to police whether that data is used for the right purpose, right, or not? And the right purpose is not just sort of the consumers, but to the extent that you're a gatekeepers, it's also the sellers that are facilitating those transactions. So third-party sellers as well. And then a slight comment to Christina's point before on sort of we should be policing the algorithms. We should go sort of under the hood and look at the algorithms. That's certainly an option. The problem with algorithms is that they're so fast changing that it becomes very, very difficult to continuously monitor them. And even if even if the algorithm appears clean, there may be something else going on in the back that we could not capture. So let me give you a very concrete example, right? I showed you that the number of reviews is a big factor, is a big predictor of ranking, right? Well, those reviews may be accumulated, right, in a way that slightly nudges people to choose Amazon branded products in a way that cannot be detected overall, but that can keep accumulating those reviews in a way that at some point it's the reviews that put you up in the ranking, but you wouldn't have had those reviews had it not for an initial sort of push that favored one product over the other. So all to say that I think there's still a lot of room for us to really not just think of algorithms as being the solution, but outcomes and what consumers choose as the thing to look at.
Yeah, we should have a longer discussion because I disagree with this. I think that looking at outcomes is interesting, but it isn't better than actually looking under the hood. Because there you need to go and see what the companies are actually making. And I agree that the point is whether they put the thumb on the scale. Let's see. Let's continue to see. I find it difficult to think that, you know, you get data and from the outside you try and hear and divine whether there is any bias. This is what the commission did with the box case. And, you know, they peered and said, is there any bias? You know, couldn't tell. So I think it's an interesting question to be pursued. All right, any other observations? Tommaso.
I have a comment reacting to what Louise was saying and to what you said, Christina. A different angle, which may not be very interesting academically, but might be very relevant in practice. So on this discussion between, you know, shall we use only these probabilities of something happen, or shall we also add the expected harm, you know? So the balance of harm versus balance of probabilities. Of course, as an economist, I agree in that. So one method is better than the other. I mean, no doubt about it. But I had precisely this conversation with, without naming people, let's say a compatriot that until recently was heading a very important agency in this country. And he was saying, this person was saying, I agree, I know exactly what economics is saying. However, when it comes to cases, we are already spammed by all the submissions, making noise about numbers, etc. Now, if instead of giving them ammunition to mess around with one number, they're going to mess around with two numbers, putting the burden of proof on us, that we have to show that it has to be an expected surplus of weighting this times that, it becomes really tough for us because the burden of proof is on our side to come up with these numbers, and they can be criticized every single time. So what this person was saying, when we think about policy changes, they need to be actionable, they need to be simple, they need to be good enough, of course, in general, but also in practical terms, is something that we can sustain in front of the court. And instead, if you give us something which is more complex, even if it is, you know, grounded on good economics, where do we go? Where do we go with that? So this person, which was not to be confused with the London bar, etc., nothing to do with that. Simply saying, I'm concerned that if we do that, so we are going to do even less.
Yes. That's a good point. Any other comments from the panel or from the audience? No? Okay, so we can now, for real, hear from Mike and Hans.
We've all been waiting.
We've all been waiting for. That's all the journalists will write about, because the rest of us can talk for about 7 hours, then you say something in the last 5 minutes, and the article is all about that. There you go.
Okay, fine. Okay, so I'm going to make a few comments on what we have heard, which is, I mean, look, it's all been really very interesting indeed. These are fairly, well, not fairly unstructured, these are completely unstructured thoughts, but these are my thoughts. I'm not going to say anything about capabilities because I'm entirely leaving that up to Hans, because I know you're going to say something about that. So, right, short enough, let's not be silly about this. So, one thing I don't think I have heard as much about today as I would have liked, and certainly that I think is really important, is innovation and the whole process of innovation and how ecosystems may contribute to innovation or may damage innovation. And I think that's very important. I think we need to distinguish when we're talking about that between sort of disruptive innovation, which I think is the really valuable stuff, and maybe more incremental innovation. You can imagine a world in which incumbents are more interested in incremental innovation than in disruptive innovation, but I don't think we haven't talked about that. And I think the economics profession here, I mean, I've said this multiple times before, so I'm not saying anything new. The economics profession has not been great generally at understanding the process of innovation. And given that there is a bunch of people who do know a lot about it, in business schools, etc., I think the economics profession has not done a great job of really assimilating some of that learning. And I don't think competition authorities have as well, because I think we are very, we're economists or we're lawyers, so we focus on the economic literature or we focus on the legal literature, and so I think competition authorities not been great as well. I think that is as an open goal we've missed. We need to take advantage of that. I thought the stuff in the very first session was on innovation, and in particular, if I understood it correctly, on the way that ex ante GAFAM effectively encourages entry, because you enter in order because you want to be bought by GAFAM, or GAFAM and New Tech, but ex post they discourage entry, because basically once they've chosen, the chosen one, the winner in that particular new product, potential, whatever, then innovation goes down. I thought that was really interesting, and I guess slightly worries me that the implication of that seems to be a little bit that GAFAM and New Tech, they get to choose the winners and then they close everything down, which again, I would think is not great for disruptive innovation, because I wouldn't imagine GAFAM would choose that as would want to encourage that. I thought that was really interesting work, and I mean, I'd love to see further work on that. Okay, acqui-hires was talked about. I've no idea why anybody ever thought the idea of acqui-hires was a good argument for merger. I mean, I just find that bizarre. And in a world of not naming people, I had a conversation with a senior economist in Facebook. Actually, it was a conversation. It was on a panel. So I can say on a panel, and she said, "Look, I mean, Facebook, WhatsApp, it's just an acqui-hire." And I'm thinking, okay, more than $350 million for each one of those people. I'm sure they're good. Are they that good? But I did think that the thing about monopsony power was really interesting. Not something I've heard about before, and generally labour market issues are becoming more de rigueur in competition policy at the moment. Thought that was really interesting. I'd love to see more work on that. Okay, on the network sort of modelling stuff we saw, and I hate this chair, which is, no, I'll just be short for a moment, which is, I thought that was really interesting, but I'm going to go back to the challenge I gave at the beginning, which is we need stuff that is implementable, okay? And I have no idea, when I see that work, I think, well, that's fantastic. How easy is it to do it? Or we talk about something we could coherently do, and it would be robust small changes in assumptions, small changes in data, and we could do that within the context of merger investigation? Or is it like the airline literature where we've all grown old before the stuff actually gets published? Because if it's like that, then it's lovely and neat but no use to us. If actually something could be done much more quickly, then that's potentially interesting. And then, I mean, I've got some minor points I might come back to. I've got one more semi-substantive point. But when that whole stuff was being talked about, and you include input output and labor market stuff and product market stuff, you know, and it's a network, so you don't quite know. And I did wonder whether we are de facto moving away from the focus that we've had historically on a very partial equilibrium approach to merger control towards something which is a more sort of a full general equilibrium approach, which obviously would be, you know, intellectually the correct approach, but seems to me is a very substantive change. And I really worry about how implementable that is. As I say, I have some smaller comments to come back to if we have time, but I'll hand over to Hans.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I thought it was really a very exciting debate, especially because it covered things from many different angles. I mean, one thing I really liked was all the different empirical results that were presented, which I think, you know, I've been taking notes all the time. So a lot of that stuff is super interesting. You know, I mean, for instance, the Amazon self-preferencing stuff, that's really good stuff. And I think in particular with tech companies, as was discussed, it's not easy to look under the hood. It's also not easy for us. I mean, for us, usually we have extremely good access to data and to things, but with tech companies, it's really hard in general. Now, moving to the more conceptual points, there's a couple where there's traces already sort of in the legal practice. And I mean, one thing that's of course very important is this balance of probabilities and versus balance of harms issue that Louise raised that was discussed. A couple of years ago with Tommaso, we wrote a paper where we were very adamantly, you know, asking for this standard to be changed also in the EU. At this point, I think it's practically less of an issue because we kind of found an approach to deal with the system as is, in the sense that you have to say, I think if we're talking about future competition, then a dominant firm that acquires somebody will make its own actions contingent on how much future competition it expects. So when you think about innovation that will lead to some future product market, then buying somebody out who is also innovating will change not only the future products, but it will change today's behavior. It will change today's investment in today's product. So the defensive moves that firms have to take and the offensive moves in order to gain market shares. So in that sense, I think in many of those cases, perhaps not all, but I think probably in 80% of the cases where we're talking about balance of harms, I think these cases can be argued on a basis of, you know, it's happening now already. And even if there's only a 10% probability that it will actually happen, it will influence the dominant company's competitive behavior today, so the merger shouldn't happen. Then another thing that was mentioned by Matt, which is, I mean, super interesting, I think, is the mergers to stop others from buying. And that's something that's legally very difficult to bring, but we did have a number of cases where we had, you know, very good internal evidence that essentially the intent of the takeover was to prevent that somebody else takes it and scales it up. You know, I mean, when you see this, the internal documents on this stuff is outrageous. I personally think this is an area where perhaps the law currently is too soft on presuming that in the absence of the merger, nothing will happen. I think especially in those dynamic markets, we should take more into account that nascent competitors that are scaling up, you know, can be combined with other products in the future. And, you know, and I think the law as it stands doesn't reflect that well enough. And then Patrick mentioned the move away from market definition. This is also something that is already starting to happen in these innovation cases. We look at innovation spaces rather than actually defined markets, and it has been confirmed by the court, not in this sort of Dow DuPont thing, but we had Deutsche Börse where a similar concept was approved by the court. So I think we're on the track to get there. Now, I will finally come to the capabilities type framework, which was in the middle, which I've praised before at a CEPR event on ecosystems, and which I think is really developing to be an extraordinarily useful tool in order to address the overall topics that we've had today. And I mean, the main reason is that it captures something very complicated and boils it down to a very simple concept, and a concept that's relevant, that's grounded in the law, because it's there in potential competition. In dynamic competition, you already have to show these dynamic capabilities and that there's something specific about the firms. So it's much easier for lawyers to digest because it's not so speculative, it's quite factual. You can link it to existing concepts for static competition, like closeness of competition. You can also have a closeness of sort of dynamic competition or a closeness of capabilities, I think, as the presentation of Matt and others have shown. So it can develop something that we have, that we understand, where you have shares and closeness and so forth, in a forward-looking perspective that is actually quite rich in capturing different concepts. And I think there's significant scope for extending that framework. For instance, Matt's presentation was a lot about substitutes and about things, you know, being exchangeable for each other. And, you know, this guy can do this and this other guy cannot do it, but this guy can do it. So it was a sort of substitutes framework. But of course, you can also think about this in a complements framework where you know, where you add this together. And I think, you know, things like that, there is a lot of possibilities to develop these framework and make specific applications. I think, you know, what was presented here is sort of an intellectual framework, but I think what's lacking still is the specific implementations and, you know, linked to cases and, you know, taking the rich tools that are there in dynamic industrial organization, which I think one can sort of map in there and then spread out and hopefully link to the data, because, and that will be my last point, I think, you know, I mean, the most important thing that we need is, I think, very clear narratives and stories of, you know, here something went wrong. You know, I mean, I realized that there were millions of mergers that were not looked at and that were allowed, and that many products were discontinued, you know, and that's potentially concerning. But we need to go one step further from potentially concerning to having a clear narrative where we have very concrete stories. And, you know, I mean, Chiara is nodding. She, you know, her paper goes very much in this direction, obviously, in sort of, you know, showing, well, look, this is actually something that happened and we need more of this, and that will be helpful for an enforcement. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay.
Can I add one thing?
Yes.
Which is on this whole balance of harms issue. Okay, so it didn't go through, you know, the CMA wanted to go for a realistic prospect approach, which is a lower burden than 50/50, it's a phase one burden. But one thing I think has happened from the whole debate about balance of harms was that there has been a greater focus on the fact that merger analysis happens under uncertainty. And certainly I think in the UK, and I don't know what you think in Europe, a better understanding that it is perfectly reasonable to have a theory of harm which is quite uncertain, dynamic theory of harm which is quite uncertain, because you can't get rid of uncertainty. If you've got a 50/50 balance probability standard, you know, that still means you've got to really focus on that 50/50, and you can't just say it's all too uncertain, okay, we'll allow the merger, but that's not a 50/50 standard. And I think this whole debate has allowed, at least the UK agency, and says, to be allowed to make that argument much more strongly and to be allowed to make decisions under uncertainty more easily.
Can I make one other, given that we have another 5 minutes perhaps, one of the, you know, as a practitioner, somebody who's I'm not an academic, I guess what, but as somebody who's been doing these pieces all her life, and speaking to companies, understanding business models and motivation, that is why the framework of capabilities appeal enormously to me. It was like penny dropping when I started talking to Matt, because firms don't think strictly about product or their power being invested in a specific product. It's the collection of things they have. It's why we talk about flywheel. It's data, it's IP, it's hardware, it's software. It's a lot of things that they have. And when they think about a merger, an acquisition, it's very rare that they think, I'm going to acquire that particular product. I'm buying the suite of capabilities that that company is effectively giving to me. So I don't know, I'm not working on iRobot, but I imagine that the IP is super important and interesting in that case, as well as data. So there's a suite of things that a company can do. And then the real question, as you say, becomes, and this is what I've been hounding Matt about, how do we actually practically define a capability and measure it in a case? Because of course, this is the question, right? What is a capability and how do we actually map it into, you know, so what is the map of the firm's capability? How does the target's capability map into that And what do we make of these two mappings coming together? This is the kind of the exam question that needs to be cracked before this becomes useful, fundamentally. But that's really the question that I think is worth sort of, you know, for the academics researching and powering up on it. No?
Absolutely. And I think in practice, of course, we have a lot of access to competitors and customers, which helps a lot. I mean, in these innovation cases, the capabilities, I think, were also partly measured through patents and citations and stuff like that. So of course, it depends very much on the area, whether in some areas you know, also in pharma, you have these enormously objective sort of databases, which show you exactly who knows what. In other areas, it's, as you say, it's very, very fuzzy and more input is needed. And I think what's nice about the framework also in this regard is that it allows us to have sort of the limiting principle, because I think we've talked a lot about the anti-competitive effects. I've talked a lot about the anti-competitive effects, but obviously, you know, a large number of conglomerate mergers also in the tech space create enormous benefits. And certainly there's no point in stopping companies from entering into markets by acquisitions and to competing. And I think so the scarcity of the capability clearly, you know, has an impact there. I mean, in my mind, combining two monopolies is clearly much more dangerous in regards of all these theories that we're discussing than just buying just one Me Too guy where there's 20 others around. You know, all the stuff that we've been talking about here, I mean, it's much less likely to happen in that second case.
Oh, Michael.
Can I give a bit of an optimistic note here? I think that I'm pleasantly surprised to hear, interestingly, the two policymakers speak about both the capabilities and the other missing element, which is the economics of innovation and industry evolution. I mean, I know that it may be a little bit politically incorrect to say this is the bread and butter of what, you know, we tend to do in strategy. So you could open Strategic Management Journal, which is the top journal in the profession, Research Policy, Industrial and Corporate Change, that has a special issue on platforms and ecosystems, and people care about that. So the paper that we wrote in 2019 on ecosystems has been the most read paper in SMJ in the last 3 years, not changing the most read status for one single day. That gives you a sense that people there actually care about it. The only difference is that they don't care yet. I've been trying to convince our community to work a little bit more on the issue of competition on competition. But I think that there is a bit of a risk of reinventing the wheel, because these are not new constructs. Questions about the way that we measure them have been debated ad nauseum, and careers of people have been based on that. People started as economists, people that were here like Paul Jarosky or, you know, Sid Winter with whom I worked, with Dick Nelson, or the people that looked at the industry evolution have migrated simply in different areas. And I think that rather than saying, oh, we know nothing, there are empirical regularities we should see. And let me just finish in saying one thing. Those who look at the industry dynamics know that we're in a very different, difficult space. People speak about disruption, rubbish. If you look at the data and if you look at the stability of all the lists, take the Fortune 500. My colleague Julian Birkinshaw wrote, actually it was voted, another 2 pieces of data. Julian's paper that I'll tell you is the best HBR of the year last year. My paper on ecosystems, the best California Management Review last year on ecosystems. And both of them making a similar point. There is greater stability than people claim. If you look at the data, Julian shows that Fortune 500 has been much more stable over the last 10 years than it has ever been in the past. There is a claim of disruption. There is no reality of disruption. What you have is acquisitions and stability, not only in the tech sector, but also in traditional sector, whereby there is an acquisition of the smaller firms, and the only entrants in areas like automobile and mobility are firms that are essentially offshoots of big tech firms. So take a look at the economy. I was asking Tommaso, do we have, from a competition perspective, any evidence in terms of the industry dynamics? And I was shocked to hear that the answer is no. Frankly, this should have been your bread and butter. I know the data simply because we're looking at them and we're saying this disruption stuff is false. I think that this is crucial, and this is where I think the two fields could be more usefully combined as opposed to living separate lives.
Yeah, but it's all very well to tell us that we haven't been looking your way. But you know, when we read the management, frankly, you know, I'm calling a spade a spade. When we read the management literature, it's all about value creation and value capture. We don't care about that.
But
We don't care about that in IO, in antitrust.
I agree. I'm not sure that I would agree with the assessment that it's all about only these two things. What I'm concerned about is the empirical regularities. First of all, let's define an ecosystem a little bit better. Ecosystems mean different things. The multi-product ecosystem is different from the multi-actor ecosystem. The dynamics in each one are different. The competition concerns are different. Let's not use one term to mean 5 things. I have heard a discourse today that is a little bit confusing because it feels to me confused. It is one thing to think about the multi-product regulations. You also do not look at monetization. Monetization is hugely important. Data is not interesting in itself. The monetization model is very interesting in itself. And you look at monetization in Google, you look at monetization in Meta, then you're going to start tracking where the potential risk lies. So I'm not saying that we have answers, but what I'm saying is that the empirical regularities, defining a little bit more carefully what you mean by ecosystems, it's still not clear to me, other than something that is.
So I'm going to respond. So I think, there's a lot of truth in what you say. On the not defined ecosystems, I think both Hans and I said at the beginning in our introduction, that there's multiple theories of harm here, and at the moment it's very much telling a story, and there's lots of different theories of harm. And so, absolutely, there is no one definition of ecosystem. Maybe that would be helpful. I'm not convinced. I don't think it's ever great to get hung up on labels. The important thing is to really focus on the theories of harm and the incentives of the firms. Mm-hmm. And as I think we both said at the beginning, in order to do that, you really have to understand how the businesses work. And absolutely, understanding the monetization model, is absolutely a key part of that. If we had understood that or thought about that in Facebook, Instagram, we might have come to a very different decision. But it just, you read that decision for the FT, it's not talked about. I really hope we've learned something about that.
Okay, I think we're done.
Great.
Thank you very much.